Do, 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 do. Why is it doing that? It's being stupid once more. Da, da, da. All I want to do, there we go. Come on, copy link. We're almost ready to go. Let's see. All right. And we're going to do that. Do 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 do. Do do do. That looks good. Come on, come on. Why is it not working? There we go. Stupid phone. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. There we go. All right, that's good. That's wonderful, baby. That's wonderful, baby. Ben Lim. Hello, Ben. Hello, 7th. Welcome to the planet Earth greeting. By the way, my former username was Master Millions, now known as Alaskan Dude. Okay. Hi, Video Game Lover 58. How's it going? Thanks, everyone, for joining early. We're going to be waiting for more people to show up, and the show will officially start in 8 minutes. So if you want to get a little, preliminary one-on-one with the 7ster, go ahead and get it done now. You got 8 minutes. Go! Go! I await. The 7th abides. Let's go. Come on now. Tasty. I know I wasn't here last week. I know. What can I say? I'm getting old, guys. I'm getting old. And I have frequent problems with my old peepers. And sometimes it's just minor irritation. Sometimes it's severe pain that turns into a full-blown migraine. That's part of the reason why I wear these. But these do not always shield me from my eye problems. And last week, I just didn't want to deal. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. I just, laid in a dark room and waited for it to go away. That's pretty much all I could do. AKL Max, Alien Romulus looks good. Well, we're going to get into that, Max. We will get into that in about 7 minutes. Smithy. How's it going, Smith? How is it going, Smithy? Been playing anything good lately? No. I haven't been playing nothing. Jon Favreau, in an interview, said he wanted the 3 Iron Man films to be different stories instead of setting up other films. I agree now. I think that would have been better. Well, I mean, for the most part, they were. The first one set up Nick Fury. And the second one, you never saw Mickey Rourke's character again. So the only thing it set up really, MCU-wise, was Black Widow. And then the third one, you never saw or heard anything about that villain ever again either. So, there was little, and I mean, it had, that you saw some characters here and there, but most of the MCU building, when it came to Iron Man, took place in like the Captain America movies, especially when you got this like Civil War. The Iron Man movies were they were much more contained. I mean, he fought very Iron Man specific villains in his films, and there was just little nuggets of world building in there. There wasn't really that much, so it's kind of weird to hear Favreau say that because that's pretty much what happened with those. Unicorn Overlord is really good. I have it, but I've only put a few hours into it. From Ultra Steel, howdy sir, did you and 8th have close encounters of a 7th kind? Well, we did go see the movie, if that's what you're getting to, but we'll talk about that in a minute. We'll talk about that. We're just waiting for more people to get in here. Got 5 minutes before the show officially starts. So this would be the time to get some oddball questions in right now. Iron Man 1 does still hold up great. That's one of the few of the MCU movies that I will rewatch a lot. I'll rewatch the first Iron Man, the first Captain America, the first Thor, Avengers Endgame, Avengers Infinity War, and Guardians of the Galaxy 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and Black Panther. I'll watch the original Black Panther. That's about it. That's about it. Don't really rewatch the sequels all that much. Not much at all. Hopefully you watch this in four... Well, yeah. How's it going, High Five for Life? How's it going, Blaze the Cat Man? I'm doing all right. You know, there's not any day that goes by where I don't have something wrong going on with me. Because, you know, that's the reality of my world. That's the reality of my world. In this case today, it's stomach problems, but I'm going to try to power through for the next 3 hours and try to ignore that. I was able to avoid it for the most part in the movie theater by just not eating anything before going. I skipped breakfast before going to the movie. And so I ate while I was in the movie, and then when I got out of the movie, I came home, and my stomach's been upset since. I only had a salad for dinner to try to compensate, so... We'll see what happens. And yes, High Five for Life is right. If you want to show us some love, go ahead and hit the thumbs up. Give us some likes before you forget, before we get going. Make that happen. Make it happen, y'all. Make it happen. It's hard to watch the MCU without watching them in order. Well, the sequels, yeah. The original ones that are mostly like origin stories, you can watch those in any order for the most part. But doesn't really matter. Well, I guess it would matter some with Thor because you wouldn't know who S.H.I.E.L.D. is. But, 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes and then we're going to get going. Rewatch Logan, still my favorite Wolverine adaptation. I think Henry Cavill should be future MCU Wolverine. Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if that's going to happen. We'll see what transpires. Maybe a while before we see anything other than Jackman again. Okay. Almost ready to go. We're going to talk about that, video game lovers. Come on. There we go. All right. So, it is Saturday, 6 o'clock. August 17th, 2024, and this is the 7thCast. As always, I'm your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is upstairs doing 8th things. And so we are down here in game room number 1 to have ourselves a show. Now, let me see here. Hi, Clean Frame. Hearing a lot of great things about Alien Romulus. We're about to talk about that. So, today, 8th and I went to see Alien Romulus. We went to see it at the Grand Avenue Theater in Belton, Texas, which is kind of it's almost like a locally run Alamo Draft House. Only instead of having waiters that come and take your order in your seats and then bring your food to you, when you go in and buy your tickets, you tell them what food you want, and you sit and wait for it, and they give it to you on this tray where the cup holder actually sits in the cup holder of the chair, so the tray becomes like this, rotating little mini table, and you walk to your seats and you stick that down in there and sit down and you eat. So it's not as fancy as Alamo Draft House, but it's a nice, decent theater. It's got good sound quality, it's got good picture quality, and Belton's a small town, so when you go to the first matinee of the day, there's nobody in there, and so you pretty much have the movie to yourself, more or less. It's pretty nice. But that's where we went to see it, and 8th had the jalapeno sliders, and I had a chicken wrap, a chicken and bacon wrap, because I'm trying to lose weight. I'm eating lighter, and we watched the movie. What do I think of it? I was really, really impressed with the first 30 minutes of it. It had a lot of cool kind of additional world building by showing a side of that universe that you don't normally see, which is how the workers that work under Weyland-Yutani are treated, the kind of life they live. You got that a little bit in Aliens with Ripley, and of course you get it a little bit with the first film with them griping about their job and whatnot while they're sitting around the dinner table. But this really shows you how crappy their lives are. And they did a good mix of real set and CG to kind of make the colony look more probably like what Jim Cameron wanted the colony on LB-426 to look like in Aliens, but he was limited by the tech that he had of his day. This makes the colony look more like something that would hold that many people. It's great big. They give it real scale. Once the actual plot gets going, 35 minutes into the movie is when it just really starts to... The whole plot just becomes recycling plot elements from all the previous Alien films. So you've got bits and pieces from the first one, bits and pieces from Aliens. Not really that much from Alien 3, to be honest with you. Bits and pieces from Alien Resurrection, which surprised me. And bits and pieces from Prometheus / Alien Covenant, all mashed into this one film. And it's enjoyable. You will have a fun time watching it. If you've seen any of the previous Alien movies, you're not going to be scared at all because you are going to know what's coming. You've seen it. You've seen pretty much everything. If you've seen every Alien film so far, you have seen everything in this movie except for the first 30 minutes. You've seen it all. Fede Alvarez is a great director. He did really well with what he was working with script-wise, so you will enjoy the action. The action is filmed great. Lots of great practical effects. There's some CG, but a lot of this was done practical, and it looks great. It has a very satisfying ending. Very satisfying ending. But it still leaves it while still leaving it open for a continuation if the movie does well. But it's like it doesn't build on the actual lore or anything. So if you're looking for that kind of thing, you're not going to find it here. It's just more of the same. So if you liked the first two Alien films, That's what this movie feels like, or mostly the first film with some of the second one. And then I can't really tell you what I mean when I say that it's bits and pieces of all the movies mashed into one without making spoilers, doing spoilers. And I don't want to spoil it for you. But once you hit that 30 to 35 year mark, everything that you see is stuff you've already seen. I'm just letting you know, with the exception of how the climax goes down. I mean, the main threat in the climax, you have seen a version of that, but how the whole ending plays out is something new. Although it still kind of borrows from the ending of Aliens. When you see it, you'll know what I'm talking about. So, first 35 minutes of it is new stuff. Rest of the movie is well shot, well choreographed member berries. Right up until the climax. And even the climax has some member berries in it too. So it's worth going to see. You're going to like it. I don't think that it's going to make new fans of the Alien franchise for people that have never seen an Aliens film. It's not going to do that. And I'm sure there are some people that are going to be like, well, I didn't learn anything new from this at all, because they're the ones that are more obsessed with like the lore and stuff that aren't going to like this, because this is like a side quest. This is not the main storyline, if you get what I'm saying. This movie takes place after Alien, but before Aliens. It's in between. When this movie takes place, Ripley is still in suspended animation floating around in space somewhere. That's when this movie takes place. It's like 20 years after the first Alien film. So, I can't go into great details without spoiling the movie for you. The general plot is that you have miner workers that are on this colony planet, and one of them has been saving her money, wanting to take her and this synthetic that her father programmed for her to be her guardian off planet to this other planet that's going to be a better life for them. And she finally makes that money, and she goes to Weyland-Yutani and says, I've earned all my credits. I want to transfer to so and so. And they basically don't let her. They tell her, well, we're understaffed, and so we've actually increased the line as far as what it would take for you to qualify for transfer. So now it's going to take you another 6 years. Well, meanwhile, her brother, who doesn't live with her but lives on that planet, him and some of his friends have found out that there's what they think is a ship in low orbit above the planet that has life suspension pods in it. And so their plan is to fly up there and steal those life support pods, then put themselves all in suspended animation and fly out to that planet over a 9-year trek. And so that's what they do. They fly up there to steal those pods, only to find out it's not a spaceship. It's not a spaceship. It's a space station. It's like a research center. And this research center was where, when the first alien from the first film was ejected out into space, they've spent 20 years looking for its body. And they found it and brought it to that space station. And it turned out that xenomorphs aren't that affected at all by the vacuum of space. Apparently they don't need oxygen or fluids or anything to survive. And so you can imagine what happened in that space station when that thing finally woke up. And that's the plot. They're now stuck in this space station that they went to get these suspension pods, and they're surrounded by xenomorphs. That's it. That's the plot. So once they get inside the space station and you find out what happened in that space station, then it just becomes a mishmash of all the previous Alien films that you've seen already. It's very well done. It's enjoyable. It's fun to watch. It's a good roller coaster ride. And like I said, got a great, fun, exciting climax. But it's nothing new. Only in the first 30 minutes are you going to see new stuff. The rest of it, you've seen it all before. But that being said, I liked it way better than Alien Covenant. I liked it a heck of a lot better than Prometheus. Because both of those are just boring as... Oh, God, they're so dull. So boring. And I liked it better than Alien 3 or Alien Resurrection, you know? So, you know, it wouldn't be a bad thing to just, from now on, if you're going to marathon the Alien series, watch Alien, Alien Romulus, Aliens, don't watch nothing else. Although, if you do that, this does have plot elements about the black ooze from Prometheus and Alien Covenant, and if you don't watch those in your little, you know, little handmade trilogy we're talking about here, you'll have no idea what that black ooze is. You know, it kind of explains it a little bit, but you don't get all of the connection to the engineers or none of that stuff. It's just like this stuff they found that they synthesized from the xenomorph's blood when they brought that xenomorph in, and so they've created their own version of the black goo. So, yeah, I'm not telling you anything else about it. If you want to go watch it, go watch it. That being said, sort of thumbs up. I'd say 5.75 out of 7. Almost a 6. I will tell you this, 8th liked it a lot. 8th liked it a lot more than me. 8th, a lot of times 8th is easier to please than I am with stuff. You know, if it's got good action, it's got good special effects, it's got good acting, it's got good soundtrack, he's good. For me, there was just too much of it that was a retread of what we'd already seen. I mean, some of the scenes were actually framed the same, where they were you know, Alvarez was definitely wanting you to see the way he shot this and framed this scene and think, I remember when that happened in this movie. You know, there's definite member-berry stuff going on, you know, from 35 minutes in all the way into the end of the film. It's heavy, man. Heavy. Even some of the one-liners. Now, they don't, you know, game over ain't in there, but some of the other ones are, and they're not done as good as they were in the original. I'm just saying. Anyway, there's my verdict on that. Let's see. Let me scroll up to catch up to everything that people have been asking. When was the last time you talked to Tokes? I haven't heard from Tokes in months. I know he's all right because I've seen him up $5 from Darkstar Archangel. Hi, Darkstar. Oh no, I am about to go to a restaurant with work friends in a moment. Do you think monster creativity games like Spore should have a spiritual successor? I never got into those, to be honest with you. I never got into them. But I mean, I know there are people that love them, so why not? Maybe give them a little bit of a Pokemon-ish thing. You know, what if you could make an online Pokemon game where you created your own unique Pokemons and then battled them against other people? So people would never know what they might be coming up against. That might be interesting. You know, have some kind of evolutionary factor where you sit there and you mess with the evolution of it and it turns into this unique Pokemon-like creature, and you know, you battle against other people online and nobody has any idea what they're going to be stepping into the ring with because it's evolution. It's random. You have my permission to go make that and make money off of it. My idea. It's all yours. All right. Let's see here. Regarding Alien movies, the only ones worth watching are Alien and Aliens. Prometheus and AVP are both decent if you're willing to turn off your brain. Yeah. I couldn't help but have a beer with some sliders. I don't drink alcohol anymore. I mean, you'll notice when I used to do the 7thCast, I'd have, a little blackjack cola, Jack Daniels. I don't even do those anymore. Let's see. Are you going to watch Gladiator 2? I'm not in any rush to see Gladiator 2. Aliens, the second movie, was the number one movie the day that I was born. Wow, I was in middle school when that came out. I think I was in like the 6th grade the summer that came out. Or I was going into the 6th grade the summer that came out. Same summer as Top Gun. And I remember my friends were arguing over which movie was better over the summer, Top Gun or Aliens. My choice was Aliens because I didn't actually like Top Gun the first time I saw it because I was more into sci-fi stuff at the time. I didn't start getting really big into action stuff as much until I was a little bit older, like another year or two. Up until that, I was mostly like sci-fi stuff, sci-fi and horror. I mean, there was some action that I like, Conan the Barbarian, Terminator, but let me see. Of course, Terminator has sci-fi elements. I meant to do this, Dark Star, here you go, dollar bill. All right. Let's see. Thank you for the $5. It's appreciated, sir. Because as you can see, I've still got to get another lamp to put black lights in to light up that other side, this side of the room to give it some black light. And I need to get a rug to go over that area over there. That's a black light rug that'll react to it to give that side of the room a little bit more glow. And of course, I'm thousands and thousands of dollars away from replacing my arcade cabinet. So $5 helps out more than you'd think, sir. Thank you. I still got one payment left to make on my car, too. One more $500 payment, and it's paid off. Let's see here. I'm just glad it's a good film. Oh, yeah. Took them 38 years for them to make a good Aliens film. Oof. Let's see. 7th, inside the Alamo theaters, do they have many lamps near your tray when you watch the movie? Not really, man. They don't have. There's no little lights on the tray. I mean, there's lights on the front of it so they can see so the waiters can see what seat you're in. And if you can press a button and a little thing on the front will light up, letting them know that you're waiting for the waiter. But other than that, no, there's nothing lit up on the table. So you are kind of eating in the dark. So you kind of have to be careful to avoid, getting food all over your chest, especially if you're eating something like it's got a lot of condiments on it, like a burger or whatnot. Do you think it was lazy what they did, or did they do the right thing playing it safe? Really, you know what this is? In some ways, it's the Force Awakens of the Alien franchise. It just gives Alien fans what they would expect to see in a good Aliens movie. That's what it is. It does have some unique sequences. It has fun with gravity. I'm not going to go into details, but there's some cool scenes that I will say this: they're kind of new, that play with gravity in ways that none of the previous films played. So I will give it that. But then again, that also takes place in the third act that I was talking about. So it's that middle section that's the problem. The beginning is great. The third act is pretty good. That middle section is all member berries. I've been hearing bad things from Black Myth Wukong. I haven't played it. Most of the negative stuff that I've been seeing about it are from, sites like Kotaku and Polygon, and I tweeted about one earlier today, Screen Rant or whatever. They docked it points for not being diverse and inclusive enough. A game that's based on ancient Chinese mythology isn't inclusive enough? Are you serious? Some of these gaming journalists, right? They're drinking Drano. What imaginary world do they live in? I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what it is? It's a bunch of these kids that that went into college around. It started around 2010, and the kids would go to college, and they got indoctrinated by these wannabe commie professors, and they came out all wanting to be feminist study and journalism majors, only to find out that there's no real jobs in feminine studies or journalism these days, because the people that are out there doing real journalism tend to keep their jobs for a while. So the only jobs that were around were in hobbyist publications, like gaming mags. So you ended up with these hard left, brainwashed kids coming out of college that the only jobs they could get in their field was writing reviews for video games, and they just wouldn't accept the fact that this was the kind of publication they were working for, and have been trying ever since to turn it into something else. And that's what, then then you ended up with Gamergate, and it's been going on ever since. Because Gamergate was when people finally got sick of the bullshit and started complaining about it. And it's been going on for 10 years now. But that's really what anyone that I know who actually has played it, or people that are on my Twitter feed that have played it, haven't had any complaints about it. It's all coming from journalists. Let's see. I want a wrestling death match between Alien and Predator. I think we've had enough Aliens versus Predator as it is. Shadow of the Colossus or Last Guardian, which do you like more? Shadow of the Colossus. I didn't like Last Guardian at all. What's the hard action ratio in Romulus? Well, you're asking the wrong guy, because I didn't think it was scary at all. Didn't scare me the slightest bit. I'll tell you, it doesn't have as much action in it as like Aliens does. Yes, they did use some things from Resurrection. I can't tell you what they are without spoiling them. Yes, it's Alien 1.5. I've never seen Alien. Should I jump in on this one? I think you'd need to watch Alien before watching this one. It'd make a lot more sense to you. Ultra Steel, I will say this because it's not a spoiler. Not really, because I'm telling you something that's not in the film as opposed to telling you something that is. There are no alien queens in this movie. Alien queens not here. There was a plot point towards the end that made me think that possibly what we were watching was going to be them retconning the origin of the alien queen, but that's not what ended up happening. So, should they make Mario Galaxy 3 on the new Nintendo console? That's what they should do. Although I guess Mario Odyssey is kind of Mario Galaxy 3, really. You got at least a 5.7 Hemi, right? And you're shit, no. Why would I need that? All that's going to mean is lower engine life and lower miles per gallon. Why the hell would I want that? From Slinky, hi 7th and 8th and fellow gamers, I'm eating Cheetos and drinking peach energy drinks. Well, all right then. Seventh, thoughts on 2 billion people's social security numbers being breached. Do you know how many things out there online have your social security number stored? Really? I'm just saying. I'm eating popcorn and drinking Coke. I'm drinking tea. I don't even have any popcorn. Uh, Me and Eighth, we kind of go slim on groceries, right? We don't overbuy. We don't buy anything that we might get a hankering for. If it's not something that we eat every week, we don't buy it. So we kind of go slim line when it comes to groceries. Just the things that we need to make the meals that we'll need through the week. We don't buy up a bunch of snacks and stuff like that. We don't do that. So we don't even have any popcorn. I think I've got some peanuts, but that's the closest to a snack that I've got in here. There's a jar of peanuts somewhere, which that's fine. Source of proteins, also a source of fiber. Help keep your poops normal. Let's see here. Some people say it has technical... Oh, we're back on Wukong. Some people say it has technical issues. IGN gave it an 8 and people got mad. Yeah, because some people thought it deserved better than an 8. I don't know. Let's see. I love Alien Romulus, but only negative was recreating certain character with... Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Zentrixu. I know who you're talking about. Do you know the original definition of the word woke and how it changed? Yes, but I'm not going to get into that. It's just another thing that was appropriated, to be honest, but that's what the left is really good at, and then they blame it on others. Time to scoop up those PS4 games on the cheap before they get stupid priced like 360. It's like first the left appropriates it, then the right gets offended by the left and turns it into an insult against the left and reappropriates it. But that's as far as I want to get into that topic. Well, I've already got like 300 PS4 games. Yeah, I'd say that I've got the best of the best at this point. Not talking like value, but what they're worth, but how good the games are. I'd say I've already got the cream of the crop when it comes to PS4. That system has thousands of games, but I have like right at 300 of them. I've got a little over 100 for PS5 at this point. Which is not as many as I had for PS4 at this point, I'll tell you that. I think I've got 120 PS5 games at this point. What's the drink of the day? Once again, it is iced tea. Only with no ice. Unsweet tea. Did you see the Metroidvania game Hack had issues getting their game on Xbox, so they scrapped it? Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. That the whole process of getting it on the Xbox platform just became too much of a pain for them, so they gave up on it. Oh well, the Xbox can continue to blame it on Sony supposedly buying exclusivity, but you have all these studios that keep saying no, it was just too much of a pain in the butt to get it on their platform. Part of me wants to go see Alien Romulus, but another part of me doesn't because it's technically owned by Disney and I hate them. What should I do? I feel like they just kind of tossed this movie out there, not really caring whether it made money or not, because Disney acts like they don't really give a crap about the Alien franchise, which that's fine because Fox didn't really give much of a crap about it either. They just were willing to humor Ridley Scott because he's Ridley Scott. Thoughts on the Uncharted movie? Will you go see Uncharted 2? I mean, well, there has been talk of there being another one. Uh, I liked it fine as a movie. I just didn't like the casting. I don't think Tom Holland makes a good Nathan Drake. I don't think that Mark makes a good Sully, because unfortunately Tom Holland is one of those actors who's always going to look like, even when he's old, is going to have kind of a 17-year-oldish vibe. That's just, he's another Tobey Maguire. He's always going to have a childish look to him. And so I don't think he was a good pick for it at all. He doesn't have the build for it. He doesn't have the sense of humor for it. He doesn't have the tone of voice for it. That's a movie that probably should have been made back in 2010 with Nathan Fillion in the lead role. They missed the boat on it. It's okay. The plot is fine. It just needed better choices in actors. Your favorite black and white movie? I don't really know. Black and white movie. Probably any of the original Universal monster movies, like the Wolfman, Frankenstein, Dracula. One of those. Seventh, do you consider beat 'em up games fighting games? No. Do you take exception to Streets of Rage? Why would I take exception to it? I like it. It's a great beat 'em up. Maybe that's you not understanding what the phrase "taking exception" is used for. I don't know. But no, I do not consider beat 'em up games fighting games. Fighting games are one-on-one, fighter versus fighter. There's a difference. Can you explain why the PS5 still cannot play PS3 games? I thought it would. Well, I don't know. There's no with the horsepower that it has. There's no reason why it couldn't. We have PS3 emulators out there that will play not. They're not like pixel perfect with every PS3 game, but a lot of them play just fine, and on weaker hardware than what's in the PS5. So no, I don't think there's any reason for it other than the fact that Sony, just like Microsoft, doesn't want to really do anything that's not going to make them money. That's just it. They're not going to give you full backwards compatibility where you can pop a PS3 game into the system and it just works. For one thing, it probably doesn't have the speed on the drive to where it would be able to play it off the disc. So it would have to be able. It would have to have software built in to rip the ROM off the disc like the Polymega does, store it on your SSD, and play it from there via emulator, which is more complicated than simply having an emulator, because the speed difference of the drive would make it to where you wouldn't be able to play it off the disc. And on top of that, a lot of the games from PS3 is when this whole thing of patching the game started. So a lot of the games from that era don't play right without downloading a patch, which isn't available anymore. So, it has to end up being similar to what Microsoft was trying to do, where, you put the disc in, it recognized it, and then you downloaded a patched version of the game that had been made compatible. But that takes time, money, and licensing. It's just a mess. So really, the best way to play PS3 games is to have a working PS3. Because, it's a different story with PS1 and PS2. There's absolutely no excuse for them to not have emulators for PS1 and PS2 where you just pop in the disc. Should be fine. That disc drive ought to have sufficient speed for that. But for PS3, when they started, that's when the whole, we'll patch the game after it comes out to make it work. That's when all that started on both systems. And so that complicates things. Did you get any gaming time in? No. Is Days Gone most underrated PS4 game? It could be, although that first 10 hours is rough. That first 10 hours is rough. Have you seen The Acolyte? I saw some of it. I didn't watch all of it. What was your favorite part of Deadpool 3? Favorite part of Deadpool 3? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I mean, that whole movie is basically one big meme. I'd have to say probably just getting to see Blade on screen again was probably my favorite part of it. Deadpool and Wolverine surpassed $1 billion. Do you think it's well deserved? Well, on one level it is. There's not really anything spectacular about that movie. It just gives the audience what the audience wanted, and that's why it's doing as well as it did. You know, there are films in the past that have given the audience what they want that are better than Deadpool and Wolverine. If you get what I'm saying. It's doing as well as it is because it's the first time in a good while where Marvel has just simply given the audience what it wants instead of trying to shove BS down their throat. 7th, did you hear about that Disney lawsuit where Disney may apparently go scot-free from that female doctor food allergy because her husband signed the Disney Plus TO? I haven't looked into it. I read about it on Twitter, but I haven't really looked into the fine print on it. Wouldn't surprise me, though. 7th, Sony should buy Ninja Team and make them a first-party studio. They're owned by Techno Koi now, though. You know, how are Sony going to buy them away from Tecmo Koei? Do you think Marvel will still make a new Blade movie or have they canceled it? Well, I mean, the current one with the new actor is in limbo right now. I mean, they keep saying it's going to be 2026. I don't know. I don't know. If I had my way, they'd make one last Wesley Snipes one to give his version of Blade a good send-off and then recast. That's just me. Do you think we'll see a Deadpool and Wolverine game? It'd be a rush job. It'd be a rush job. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but there's not near as much licensed games out there as there used to be. You know, now, back then, you could get a game that had a decent budget, like X-Men Origins Wolverine, that kind of stuff, that was, maybe not AAA in quality, but was AAA in how much they spent to get it made. But nowadays, if you have a licensed game come out, it's usually like mobile kiddie crap or some kind of way to get money out of the kids on their iPads and what have you. You don't see games like X-Men Origins Wolverine anymore. It's just not a thing. So, if we see anything, it's going to be some rushed mobile thing. You're not going to see some big budget AAA action-thon or anything like that. 7th, please tell us your thoughts on how the new Snow White from Disney looks. I watched the trailer. It was about what I expected. I think all the live-action remakes have been trash, so it's just another one that I won't be watching. Insomniac's Wolverine, still looking forward to that. Yeah, who knows when that's going to come out now. Who knows? I'm sure the leak caused some issues over there, so possibly some delay in development. Who knows? I don't think Sony could afford to buy Koei Tecmo. I don't think they could afford that. Blade Trinity was one of the worst sequels. Even Wesley Snipes hated it. I don't think he liked the idea of having to share a spotlight with two other main characters. Whistler was always in the background. The girl in the first one was background character. I don't think he liked so much of the story being taken up with Hannibal King and whatnot. I think Wesley Snipes should be the new Whistler in the new Blade movies. That would be cool. Yeah, but I would never, Smith, I would never bother to download that. The seven dwarves from Shrek look way better than what Disney cooked up. That's a really bad sign. That's an ancient movie, so yeah. So yeah. But I mean, they're replacing full-grown actors with CGI dwarves. Why? Because Peter Dinklage guilt-tripped Disney into not hiring actual little people to play those roles. And, little people actors out there are not happy with the Dinklage over this. Because those are paying gigs they could have had. And his holier-than-thou ass ruined it for him. Maybe you wouldn't want to play one of the seven dwarves, Dinklage. But there's a lot of other little people out there that would have. If you had the option to know the date and method of your death, no, of course not. Spider-Man 3, so Spider-Women and Miles, Peter will probably die in the game. Doc Ock, Green, well, who knows. 7th, if you were cooking a meal, what's your signature dish? Steak. Shrek 5, I hope they don't ruin it. They'll ruin it. I liked Ghostbusters Afterlife, but what in the hell was Frozen Empire? What was that? Frozen Empire was a live-action episode of the real Ghostbusters. That's what it was. That's what it feels like when you watch it. And honestly, the guy that played the fire walker or whatever, fire starter, blah, 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 he said that when he went to do screen tests for the film, that they told him that was the inspiration. That was what they were aiming for, was to make a movie that felt like a live-action episode of the cartoon from the 80s. And that's what it is. It feels just like an episode, a 2-hour-long episode of the real Ghostbusters. Sir, did you watch the new Batman series? I tried to. I watched a couple episodes of it, and it was god-awful, and I turned it off. Because Dinklage was making a political point. He was basically saying that, casting real little people as the dwarves is typecasting, and it belittles their craft, and, blah, blah, blah. That little people should be able to be cast in normal roles and not just roles that are specific for dwarves. That kind of thing. Not understanding that, the movie, it's Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. All you're doing is costing your fellow little person actors money. If you feel you are too high and mighty to play that role, fine. You don't have to audition for it. Don't ruin it for everybody else. You stuck-up little prick. I can get away with saying that. I had a dwarf in my family. I grew up with it. Died when he was 17. He died in a car accident. I've shown pictures of him on the 7thCast in the past. His name was Jeff. He was about 3.5 foot tall, about like this. And when he was 17, he was sitting in the front seat of his friend's car, passenger side. Was not was not sitting in any kind of child safety seat because he refused to. His friend got into an accident. Jeff was thrown forward, and he went face first into the dash, broke his neck, killed him, and he was lying there dead in the floorboard. So, when I say things like that about the dinklage, I grew up with one. I grew up with a dwarf in the family. And that's what he referred to himself. He didn't want to be called a little person. He wanted to be called a dwarf. The only time he'd get mad is if you called him a midget. If you called him a midget, he'd get mad. And what are you talking about, bitch? I'm not a midget, I'm a dwarf. Get it right. I was a teenager when he died. My dad took it hard, too. Because it was his brother's grandson. It was, Jeff was his brother's daughter's son. She had 3 boys. 2 who were of normal height, and Jeff. You had Joey, Jason, and Jeff. 3 boys. I lost contact. They were my cousins, of course. I lost contact with the other 2 after Jeff passed away. I didn't even get to go to Jeff's funeral because I couldn't get off work, and neither could my dad. So my mom drove all the way up to Nashville for Jeff's funeral. Because we lived in Chattanooga, Jeff and my uncle lived up in Nashville. Well, that got a little dark, didn't it? Sorry about that. Let me see here. Avengers Infinity War or Endgame, which was better? I think Infinity War has a better flow to it, but Endgame has some better emotionally satisfying scenes. Did you watch Puss in Boots: The Last Wish? I watched it with 8th. They did a good job with that one. No, Clean Frame, I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't want to get into it on this show. If only Dinklage championed for Game of Thrones rewrites. You're not wrong. Samurai, you're doing that thing where you just stay hyper-focused on one topic. Let's not do that, okay? The Warriors is one of the best movies ever, and the game is an underrated gem. Wouldn't you agree? It's funny that you should bring that up, because I'm not a big fan of the Warriors, to be honest with you. The game is an underrated gem. It's a hidden gem. Not so hidden these days. Hidden when it came out. But I'm not that big a fan of the movie. But the director made another movie that I am a big fan of. And that movie is called Streets of Fire. You call me crazy. I like Streets of Fire better than the Warriors. I'm just saying. Hulk Hogan coming by around my block at grocery store. No, I'll work on your English there, former Master Millions. Hulk Hogan coming by around my block at grocery store to promote his beer. I'll say hi to him, brother. Okay. Which of the Spider-Man trilogies was the best? My favorite is still the first, although that third movie. The current Spider-Man trilogy has a better third movie than the original Spider-Man trilogy did. I've heard a few YouTubers saying the GameCube controller was a great controller. That's not what I remember. That's not what I remember either. I didn't like the GameCube controller at all. The Warriors game was my introduction to the movie. Now, I'd seen the movie before the game came out. I just didn't like it all that much. It felt like someone trying to make their own take on Escape from New York or a Clockwork Orange type of thing, It kind of felt like they were trying to go with that with a little bit of, 70s exploitation trash thrown in. And I just didn't get into it. But there's something that's more 80s mythic, 80s noir about Streets of Fire, that even though Streets of Fire has a much more simple plot, it just vibes with me more than the Warriors did. Is it true that you like tea more than coffee? Yes, it is. What happened? I've just never been a fan of coffee. There was a period where all of my friends, we had nowhere else to go late at night in Chattanooga because we weren't old enough to get into nightclubs and stuff. So we would all go hang out at the Waffle House, and we would facilitate that by drinking coffee because it was cheap and we could afford to keep, getting refills while we were there. And we would drink coffee until 4 or 5 in the morning and then go home. But the only reason we did that was to stay awake and hang out because we didn't want to go home. And just like that, I am out of tea. So we're going to move that to the back burner, and we're going to move our waters. And this time I actually have a flavored water. It is sugar-free, Hawaiian punch flavored, but sugar-free. A fellow Streets of Fire fan. Yeah, that's one that I wish I had a poster for. I wish I had the poster for Streets of Fire, but I don't. But I do have my Turk 182 poster finally framed and mounted on the wall. Well, it's been framed for years, but finally got it mounted on the wall because I'm in a house where I can drill holes in my walls. Damn it. I am excited for you guys to see the place. I mean, obviously, you're seeing the game room. You're seeing it behind you. I mean, it's not exactly the highest detailed because, we're sitting in a dark room. So you get a taste of it, but, you're only seeing this. I did film a little preview of 8th's game room upstairs for Ultra Steel on Twitter. But if you don't follow me on Twitter, you wouldn't have seen it. Is it because people keep buying PS4s, or is that Sony keeps supplying it with games that should be only on PS5? I feel like I'm missing half the conversation here. Did you like the Revenant? No. I think the Switch Pro controller is better than the GameCube controller. You're probably wrong there. If I do not drink coffee more than 24 hours, I get a headache. Well, that sounds like an addiction to me. It sounds like you've got a caffeine addiction. I don't have that problem. I mean, I am slow. This year, since I moved into this house, I've been slowly eliminating addictions. I've eliminated most things that I eat that have sugar in them. I've eliminated most of the things I would drink that have sugar in them. I got rid of vaping. All the things that I would consider things I was addicted to, I've gotten rid of. Now I just have to worry. I have to work on eating and not eating as much as I have, and eating better things. Get some of this off of me. Seventh, did you see they're making another Dexter season? When will they stop? They're making 2 Dexter seasons. They're making a sequel one and they're making a prequel one. Did you know that? So we have 2 coming. I don't want to see either one of them. And didn't they kill him at the end of the most recent one? Didn't his own son shoot him to death? So what, is he now going to be the ghost haunting his son? I don't want to watch that. That sounds awful. Screw that. Tea and honey. I don't even put honey in mine. I just drink it straight. No ice, no sugar, Just tea. Do you prefer black or green tea? Just regular tea. The kind of tea that you make sweet southern sweet tea from, but without the sweet put in. I don't even put lemon in it. Just tea. I have been known to like green tea. I like green tea. But just regular old tea is usually cheaper than green tea. You know, I do have now a $2,740 a month mortgage to pay. Eighth has not. Eighth took the summer off. You know, he left his current job to move here, and decided to take the summer off and focus on a couple of projects that he wanted to work on. So he's currently not working, and so I'm the one that's bringing in all the monies. And $2,740 a month is a lot to pay on a mortgage, and so we do a lot of off-brand buying. If you get my drift, we're big fans of Aldi here. So store brand tea and the cheapest kind of tea, and store brand soup, store brand bread. No Wonder Bread for this house, just regular plain Walmart brand bread, or HEB down here in Texas brand bread. Store brand for everything. Cheapest we can go on groceries, the better. Yeah, honestly, if we could afford it, me and Eighth would be on one of these meal plan things like Factor, or one of those where they send you prepackaged meals and all you have to do is heat them in the microwave and eat them. If we could afford it, that's what we would be doing right now, just to save us from the temptation of snacking and to save us the pain in the butt that it is to go to Walmart or HEB and shop for groceries. Neither of us have any fun doing that. But that if we could afford it, that's what we do. But that stuff's expensive, man. It's expensive. We can't afford it. The reason games keep coming out on PS4 was what my question was about, but you can only put a few words in YouTube comments. Well, because it's one of the highest user-based consoles ever that has remained active. Well after this generation started, and so Sony would be foolish to stop supporting it. I mean, a lot of the third-party developers have not stopped supporting it, so why should first party? Is the mentality. But the economy is bad. The games that come out on PS4 are $10 cheaper than what they are on PS5. Sometimes more than that. So I get it. I don't agree with it, because not supporting the old system would potentially encourage people to buy the new system. But if they're struggling and don't have $500 for a new system, and all they can hold on to is the old one, do these software publishers just want to lose that large of a chunk of their audience because they know the economy's bad and a lot of people can't afford to buy a $500 console? Can you imagine how bad both Microsoft and Sony's numbers would be if so many of these games had not been released on the prior generation hardware, for people that the crappy economy over the last 4 years has prevented them from being able to buy the new hardware? Come on. What projects are they? I can't tell you that. It's top secret stuff. Favorite 3D Mario game? Honestly, I prefer the 2D ones, but if I had to pick one, probably Super Mario Galaxy 2. I grew up on cheap branded foods. So did I. I can remember, when I was a kid, the two main grocery stores were Red Food, which became Bilo, and Kroger. And then later on, Food Lion and Winn-Dixie and Food Max moved into the area. But when I was a kid, it was Kroger and Red Food. And you could go into Red Food, and their generic brand didn't even have any artwork or anything on the box. It was just a plain white box that said what it was. So you could walk in there, and my dad would he was a Winston guy. He preferred Winston over Marlboro, but instead of getting Winston's, more often than not, he would go in and they'd have cartons of cigarettes that just said cigarettes on it, and the packs were just white and said cigarettes on them, no brand, no nothing. And he'd smoke those if he could. Sometimes he'd smoke Basics. The only time he ever got Winston's or Marlboro is if my mom found a sale. But it was the same thing with cereal. Frosted Flakes was just a white box that said Frosted Flakes on it. So I lived on that stuff, and now the best place to get that kind of stuff is Aldi. In Florida, maybe South Georgia, that would be Save-A-Lot, but in North Carolina and Texas, it's Aldi. You go to Aldi and you can get stuff that tastes exactly the same as the stuff you could buy at Walmart, way cheaper. The only thing is you have to drive a little bit farther to get to Aldi than you do to get to Walmart. So you lose a little bit in the gas, but it's worth it. Yeah, I know Aldi is from Germany. Yes, we have Aldi in the U.S. I don't know anything about this LIDL, Little or what. I don't know about that. The only two I've ever seen like this are Aldi and Save-A-Lot. Aldi and Save-A-Lot are pretty much the same store, but with a different name. They work the same. When you walk into them, they look like the same place. They just have different name, but it's the same thing. Does 8th do programming? He does some programming. He knows Java. He's Java scripting. And he knows some art stuff, game design stuff, Hi, Shadow Deist. Are you gifted with gamer sight? Can I tell the difference between 1080p and 4K? And I can see frame dips. And I can tell the difference between 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second, 120 frames per second. I can visually see that. Seeing the difference between 1080 and 4K, it depends on the size of the screen I'm looking at. There have been times in my life where I've been on food stamps. Not where that was like the only source, but where, for whatever reason, at one point or another, we qualified for them, so why not use them? Like when I worked, when 8th was born, I was working for Disney, and I remember Disney didn't pay crap, so I was making like $9 an hour. Not even $9. I was making like $8.75 an hour. That's what they started me out at. And I was making more money than other people that hired on at the same time because of all my experience. So like $8.70 something an hour. This was in 2002. And even back then, $8.72 an hour was a pitiful salary. And so when 8th was born, we qualified for a ton of governmental assistance in his birth. We didn't have to pay for his birth at all. None of the hospital bills. It was all paid for. And now I did have medical coverage through Disney. And their medical coverage was awesome. But we didn't. That's not what paid for his birth. His birth was paid by government programs. Paid for his birth. And, we were on WIC and food stamps because we qualified for it because of how low Disney's salary was. And when he got sick and had the pyloric stenosis, though, 3 months later, Disney paid for all of that, 100%. I had no copay, no deductible, no nothing. Disney paid it, 100%. So, 8th is alive because of the Walt Disney Company. I'm just saying, their salaries may have been crap, but they took care of you when it came to medical stuff. My medical coverage at Disney, 1,000 times better than what I have with my current company. And my current company, they'll have this $25 co-pays, you know, but the deductibles are a lot higher. They don't cover you for as much, and so you end up with all these little bills that pile up really fast. But with Disney, I never have had to worry about a thing. You know, if I went to the doctor, sure, I had a $20 copay, but other than that, I didn't pay a dime for nothing. I got, all my medical, all my medicines and whatnot, where they were all $5 a piece. You know, and if anybody had to have any kind of procedure done, it was just paid for. It was amazing. It was one of the few benefits to working for them. Yeah, you didn't get paid crap, but, your health was taken care of. Well taken care of. Ah, yes, I missed it. Two hours, friends, 2 hours. 2 hours to go. There has been one $5 donation. Thank you, Darkstar. Reminder, donations always go towards improving what you see in here. The main reason we haven't had a game room tour since we moved here yet is because there's still some things missing that I want to have done before I make that video. Not the arcade cabinet. I know, that's going to be long way down the road, but there are other things I would like to get done before I made that video, just to kind of spice things up and make it more fun to watch. But that's also why we haven't been buying many games, because, $2,700 a month house payment. It's not like I wanted to have a $2,700 a month house payment. I didn't really have a choice, because they weren't renewing my lease. So I either had to move into another rental that I had no guarantee of how long I would be living there, and could end up having to spend thousands more on moving again a year later, or just bite the bullet and go ahead and buy a house. And so I found the absolutely most affordable house that I could find that was going to suit the majority of the needs that we had. And because of the lack of down payment that I had and the rush of it all, I wasn't prepared for it. $2,740 a month. I can afford it, but I don't, at this point in time, I don't have as much fun money as I had before I moved. I went from paying $1,740 a month rent to $2,740 a month mortgage. So I went from having, $1,500 a month play money to $500 a month play money. Now, when my car gets paid off, it's going to go back up to $1,000 a month. But with the economy being the way it is, I'm not in any rush to spend a lot of that. I need to save up, just in case for some emergencies. It's not that there's anything like on the verge of collapse type stuff, but I'm kind of paranoid about that kind of thing. I fear no man. The only thing that I fear is losing my job. I have a phobia about being unemployed. It's why I have this OCD obsession with overwork. Why I work overtime hours both before and after my shift, and do a lot of extra stuff. It's because I'm trying to make myself as indispensable as humanly possible, so that if layoff came, I'd be one of the absolute last names they'd look at. It's like, we have to cut costs. Well, yeah, but we're not 7th. We can't lose 7th. He does this. He does the work of 10 people. Getting rid of him would be like losing 10 people at 1/10 the cost. No, we're not getting rid of him. That's why I do what I do. and which is hard for me because, of course, I'm a collector. I love to, I haven't been going to garage sales. I haven't been going to thrift stores. I haven't been going to retro game stores. I haven't been doing none of that. I haven't been buying a whole lot in the way of games. I mean, the last thing that I got was the Baldur's Gate 3, and that was prepaid back last November when I pre-ordered it. I have not been buying games, I don't have the money to. Stuff's expensive. And I mean, my electric bill has been over $200 a month since I moved here. This house has solar panels. That was supposed to help out, but the solar ain't helping, but maybe $20 a month is all it's taken off. It's not nearly as effective as they made it out to be when I bought the house. Not that it was a selling point anyway. The main selling point of the house was that it was in a nice neighborhood and it had all the amenities and the rooms that we wanted, the space that we needed. That was the main thing. Of course, the reason that we got the house as cheap as we did is because we moved into a neighborhood that's in the very tailbone bottom of Tornado Alley, and wouldn't you know it, an area in Tornado Alley that hadn't been hit by a tornado in 75 years gets hit by one 2 days before I move in. What are the odds? What are the odds? Anyway, I'll shut up now. Is it true the is making a comeback? Shadow Deist, I didn't know that the ever left. So 7th, I finally saw National Lampoon's Vacation and European Vacation. If you'd been listening, you'd know I told you European Vacation was the one I didn't like. I loved the first one, but the beginning of European Vacation creeped me out. I stopped the movie for a while. Wow. I told you I didn't like European Vacation. It has a different vibe than the rest of the films. I like Vacation, Christmas Vacation, Vegas Vacation, and the reboot. I do not like European Vacation at all. Never have liked it. Sniper rifles versus rocket launchers in video games, which do you like more? Rocket launchers. I like big area of effect damage. Lidl here in Germany is like Aldi, but they had most time branded food very cheap, but they changed their assortment from week to week. Okay. 7th, is it true THQ is making a comeback? Well, I mean, they're part of Nordic. But Nordic's been losing money, man. Nordic's been losing money. They a lot of their stuff that they've brought back, that they're part of that Embracer group or whatever, and they bought up a bunch of franchises and whatnot. But the ones that they've been releasing haven't been, even if they're good, haven't been making a whole lot of money. Like, they re-released Kingdoms of Amalur. And you know how much I love Kingdoms of Amalur. It's one of my favorite action RPGs of all time. I platted the re-release on PS4, but it didn't make any money. So don't expect for them to revive the franchise, because a lot of this re-releases and stuff they've been putting out, they've been losing money on it. That's why Embracer Group's been dropping so many and shutting down so many of the studios that they bought, because they're not making money on this crap. It's coming back to bite them. What would you guess Disney's top revenue source is? The theme parks. It's the theme parks, especially with the way they price gouge now. And you want to talk about whether price gouging exists? It definitely exists with Disney. Because I'm telling you right now, the amount of money that they charge for stuff over there now, they don't have to charge that much to afford the operation of those parks plus a little profit. No, they don't. They are intentionally overcharging because now they are catering to a richer clientele. The Disney parks are no longer the parks for everybody. They're not the parks for regular people to go on vacation anymore. They're for people who can afford 10 grand vacations annually. That's what they're for. And technically, I could afford a 10 grand a year vacation if I saved up for 10 out of 12 months of the year, or if I wanted to use my annual bonus strictly for a vacation instead of, improving the living situation or paying for things that we need. I would like to be able to take some overseas vacations before I pass away using that bonus money, but I don't know that that's ever going to happen because health concerns and because of the state of the world as it is. I mean, it should be relatively safe to go to Japan, but even so. I've never even been in a plane. And for my first, I've been in a plane, but I've never been up off the ground in a plane. And for me to do that the first time, and it be an 18-hour flight over the ocean, I'd be a nervous wreck. You'd have to knock me out. I mean, I think eventually I'd get used to it. After a couple of hours, I think I'd be all right. But that first couple of hours in the air, I'd just be kind of, did you see something on the wing? No, Alien wasn't a pile. It was okay. Did Mario Sunshine get so much hate because it's the most challenging 3D Mario game? No, because it's not good. Instead of running around and jumping on enemies and doing what you normally do, they turned it into basically like a third-person cleaner shooter. It was a different kind of Mario game. It's not, people wanted Mario 64 2, and what they got instead was Sunshine. I don't like it. I've never liked it. From Enemy TV, got back from Europe a week ago. Was very fun. I recommend it. I wrote you from Munich, but now I'm back home in Oregon. Nice. I've always wanted to go to Oregon because I want to go to that resort at the foot of, I think is it Mount Hood, where they filmed the externals for The Shining. I've always wanted to stay a night at that hotel. I know it's not the same on the inside. I know that was a set, but I'd still want to go there and stay there a night. And I want to go to Astoria and do the Goonies tour. So there's stuff I want to do in Oregon. Whether I'll actually do it or not, I don't know. Let's see here. 7th, did you go to church every Sunday morning when you were young? Shoot, son. I grew up in a Pentecostal church, Church of God. We went to church Sunday morning, came home and had dinner, went back to church Sunday evening, and went to church Wednesday nights from 7 to 10. So we were there from Sunday morning from 8 till noon, 4 hours. Go home, eat dinner, go back to church at 7 to 10, come home, go to bed to get ready for school. Then Wednesday, do it again, 7 to 10. And God forbid that there was a revival, because then with a revival, we were going every night of the week. Sunday through Sunday, son, until that televangelist or that evangelist moved on to the next town, which sometimes, depending on how well the revival was going, could be weeks. There was a guy named David St. John that came to our church. He was there for almost a month. Because, those collection plates, the offerings were really good. So he stayed for almost a month. Don't tell me Sunday morning. Shoot. Ugh. I got more church from age birth to age 17 when I'd had my own car and decided that I'd be the judge of when I went to service and didn't than most of you will your entire life. Talk to me about church. Seventh, why do video games cost more in other countries than America? For example, in Mexico, they cost 10 times their original price. A lot of it has to do with exchange rates and where your currency is sitting with that. And then you also throw in various tariffs and whatnot going on from country to country. That's really the gist of it. What the inflation rate is in your native country. I mean, there's a lot of different things that factor into it, but that's the gist. How many square feet is your house? Are you in a flood zone? No, I'm not in a flood zone. It's 2,300 square feet. The other house that we were looking at was almost 3,000 square feet, but it ended up having a lot of damage, especially in the backyard, and so this house was our plan B. So, the main differences is that the other house we were looking at had its own dedicated office. This one does not. So I've had to take a corner of the game room and make it my office space. And the other house, its second living room, eighth game room, was like 3 times the size of that one. It was this great big ginormous room that, it could have been an arcade on its own. It was so big. But we didn't really need that much space for the second game room, to be honest with you. It would have been like, shelves and then a great big giant empty space in the middle of it. And plus, there were some structural problems going on. That's where I was telling you went up the stairs and there was a banister there, and the banister would move with your hand because something was going on structurally there that wasn't right. That house had a lot of problems. And plus, that house ended up being like in the path of the tornado that barely missed us here. I don't know what kind of damage it took, if any. I haven't driven up there to see. But, yeah. Let's see here. In Germany, your show comes on at 2 in the morning. In Oregon, you come on at 3 in the afternoon. 2 in the morning. Christmas Vegas, I liked EU, and vacation were boring in my opinion. Okay. What's your opinion on Embracer Group? Worse than EA? About as bad. What class and race did you like on Kingdoms of Amalur? I don't even remember. I think I used like a rogue type character because I wanted to be able to do a lot of aerodynamic stuff, moves, if I remember right. It's been a while. Do you like the Borderlands games? I like the first 2. I did not like the pre-sequel, and I did not like Borderlands 3. The gameplay was fine. Storyline was garbage. What's the longest you've ever been on a plane? I've been in a plane. I've never been off the ground in a plane. 7th, your father being a cop, were you a fan of the true crime cop games? Not really. For the same reason that I never was really a fan of Grand Theft Auto. I've always been more of a fan of fantastical type stuff in video games as opposed to realism stuff. So, and I know, Grand Theft Auto ain't all that realistic, but you get my point. Same reason why I wasn't a big fan of the Red Dead series, because I like the more fantastical stuff. I'm big into fantasy and RPGs and stuff like that. Sci-fi, fantasy, that's what appeals to me. I don't like organized religion. Well, I don't either. That's why I'm a non-denominational Christian. Once I got old enough to drive my own car, I stopped going to the Church of God. Plus, I didn't believe in their concepts of speaking in tongues. It's not biblical. Not the way they do it anyway. I've seen actual, real tongue speaking. That's not what would go on 99% of the time in that church. I've seen the real thing. I've seen a man who I know had at best a high school education, had never been out of the country, had not even been out of his own state farther than Florida and Georgia, stand up in the middle of church and start speaking in perfect Swahili and Hindu. Never took classes in either one of them. Standing there like he was possessed, spewing this stuff out of his mouth. I was there. I saw that happen. But that's not what most of what goes on in the Church of God. Most of what goes on in the Church of God is, I come to the eye, shove the eye, come to the eye, shove the eye, and then makes up that, this 4 or 5 repeating phrase that they're saying is like multiple sentence paragraphs of text when it's interpreted. It's BS. It's manic induced glossolalia, where they get so worked up in a religious frenzy that it malfunctions a part of their brain that controls speech, and their mouth just starts spewing gibberish. Although some of them just fake it intentionally. Some of them, they'll get up and they'll be like, Dr. Pepper, Coca-Cola, Pepsi. They'll say gibberish stuff intentionally because they want the attention that it gets them, that, oh, they were touched by God. They're giving a message from God. No, they're not. They're spewing gibberish. That's not what tongues were for in the New Testament. Tongues were meant to be both a way for the disciples to be able to spread their message to people who do not speak the same language as them, and as to bear witness of the power of the Holy Spirit. And that's not really what goes on in these Pentecostal churches. It's just people spewing gibberish and saying that it's God. And how do I know? Because 9 times out of 10, there's nobody in there that speaks anything but English sitting there. So who are these foreign language messages for? 2, so many of them have been recorded, and then you play them back for linguists, because we've had recordings from Churches of God sent to college campuses to determine what languages were being spoken. It's gibberish. There's been a couple of exceptions, but for the most part, it's gibberish. And thirdly, the Bible tells you that that anytime someone speaks in tongues and then they interpret their own message, that it's not of God, that it's fake. There is always a person who gives the message and someone else who interprets it. If someone stands up, starts speaking in tongues, and then interprets their own message, they're fake. And half the time, even if someone else stands up and tries to interpret it, it's fake. And people try to say, oh, it's the angelic language. No, it's not. It's gibberish. It's gibberish. Andale, chandale, andale, chandale, akamadi, shabadi, akamadi. It's fake. It's fake. There is real tongue speaking, but you're not going to see it at Hillsong Church. You're not going to see it at the Church of God. You're not going to see it at Assembly of God. It's fake. I've seen the real thing. And the reason it happened was because they had missionaries from Africa and India there that just happened to be there that night. And this person who I knew for a fact could not speak either one of those languages, stood up and started speaking that shit. And those people from India and Africa just stood there with their mouths agape. They didn't know what to think. I've witnessed that. I've seen that happen. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, demonic possession's real too. I've seen that too. That's some effed up stuff. You ever see that kind of thing start to go down? Turn around and go the other way. You don't want to be there. Let's see here. Now I got to catch up again because I went off on a tangent. I apologize. That was just as good, in my opinion, that was just as good as the stories about my dad that y'all used to pay me $20 for. But all I got is $5. I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. Let's see here. Let me catch up. The punk rock scene is still alive in England. It never went away there. Well, punk rock ain't what it was. I mean, in England it might still be, but here in the States it's been very diluted. Are you looking forward to Wukong? 8th is looking forward to it. I'm not all that excited about it. Are you planning on getting a new tattoo, or do you have it? I'd like to get a new tattoo, but I'm too fat for that now. If I did get that tattoo and then lost weight, it would just be like this flabby thing, because right now I'm expanded. So if I got a tattoo and then I shrunk, it wouldn't look right. That's a good size house. It's the biggest house I've ever lived in. The house that I grew up in was 1,700 square feet, and that's including the size of the den and the garage. It was not a big house. The house that I moved from, the house I was living in down outside of Austin, was only 1,425 square feet. It was a little 3-bedroom. This is a 4-bedroom. Of course, I can't sleep in a bed, so I don't use the master bedroom except to go in there to take showers and stuff. It's mainly there to be a guest room for if we have company over. There's a little twin bed in there with a dresser and a 50-inch TV for anyone that wanted to come and spend the night or whatnot. And then the rest of it is just storage. Eventually, I might turn that into game room 3 and put some stuff in there, more shelving and whatnot. But for right now, it's just storage and a guest room. 8th has 3 bedrooms upstairs and his own living room, which is called the loft, but it's game room number 2. So, he has 3 bedrooms that he can play with up there. He's been talking about his best friend coming to live here, so that both of them can go to college together at the community college down the street, and but that hasn't happened yet. We don't know if that's going to happen or not, but that's still kind of up in the air. But in the meantime, 8th has 3 bedrooms and his own game room upstairs. I have the downstairs. He has the upstairs. 2,300 square feet, decent sized backyard. Eventually, you will get to see it. For right now, this is all you see. Because I know that it's kind of stupid, but I really do want to get those last couple of things done before I do the game room tour. I'd like to get a sign here or some kind of light up effect to give a little bit more color to this area when I stream. Because right now I think it just looks kind of bland and lifeless. There's not a whole lot of light here. The only light that's making me visible to you guys right now is the light coming off the monitors. You can kind of see that back area there because I've got the black lights turned on. And that's why you can see kind of the black light effect of the black light tape that's lining the shelves back there. But there's still some things that I want to get done. I don't have the money to do them. So little $5 donations like that help out. Let's see here. Sounds like you know a lot about church. I know a lot about the church that I went to. 7th, did you hear they're rebooting the Star Wars series? I haven't heard anything about that. How about the Borderlands Tiny Tina game? It was okay. I just ignored the plot and just played the game for the gameplay. I liked it. It was fun. I don't think I ever finished it, though. Or, no, I finished it, but I didn't go back and do all the side quests to plat it. That's what it is. It's a shame I don't like so many of these Souls-likes from software games because they're usually fantasy. Yeah, I know. I'm not that big on them either. That's 8th's thing. In Elden Ring, I invaded another player, and he wrote an angry message to me, "No skill blades." I wrote back, "No skill in dealing with the no skill blades." Well, that's true. If you killed him, he shouldn't be talking about no skills. I couldn't tell you the last time that anyone invaded 8th's game and was able to take him out in any of these. He usually comes out the winning side on those. What's one series that you think should have gotten a game but never did? I think Sons of Anarchy should have gotten a game. I don't know. I would like a Red Dwarf game. I know there was like a crappy PC game, but I would like a quality Red Dwarf game. Hey, 7th, do you think levitation and telepathy is possible? We just haven't been able to do it. Demonic possessed people have been able to do it. Like I said, I've seen some shit, man. I've seen some stuff. I just discovered a band called Ministry. Did you ever hear about them? They came out in '86. Yeah, I never was a fan of them. I'm familiar with them, but I never was a fan. During '86 was prior to when I had my punk rock awakening, I guess you could say. Mine started in '87 when me and my best friend at the time, Brandon, went to a record store in the mall, and we were just looking around, and this was when the whole skater thing was so popular, and all of us were buying big skateboards, and of course I was having to do hand-me-down stuff because I was cop son, didn't have any money. But everyone was getting airwalks and growing their bang down over one eye and all that stuff. And we were walking around looking for records that could piss our parents off. I had a little bit of money in my pocket from where I had been skipping my lunches at school. And somebody said, "Hey, this one's got a roll of toilet paper on the front." And that's what got me into punk rock. Was I bought Descendants Enjoy, the Descendants Enjoy album. And from there was when I started learning about the Ramones and the Sex Pistols and the Clash and American punk rock and whatnot. But for me, it all started and still is all about the Descendants. Did you like Watchdog games? No, I did not. Let's see. I worked for a church for the last 10 years. I quit there about a month ago. Too many cliques and a pastor who loved to plagiarize other people's work and was everything about money. Yeah, even in Pentecostal, or nowadays you might as well say evangelical churches, there's a lot of cliques that go on. A lot of little private groups. And a lot of it, when I was a kid, had to do with status. It was amazing to me how many people would drive in there in these big, long Cadillacs. And, they'd all be in three-piece suits, and their wives would be in these $500 and $600 dresses. And here we'd come pulling up in an old station wagon, and, my dad would just wear a tie and a button-down shirt, and my mom would have, dresses from J.C. Penney and whatnot. And, of course, my stuff was from Kmart. I had little, striped shirts with a collar and a little alligator and all that kind of stuff on them. So, yeah, we didn't fit into any of those upper-class cliques that were going on in the church. Not at all. Of course, my dad commanded respect everywhere that he went. Or not necessarily he didn't demand it, but just his presence in the room, was enough. That's all it took, because his reputation preceded him. Same with my uncle, who was a fireman. By the time my uncle passed away, they were attending basically a mega church. And they had a massive funeral for my uncle when he passed away. We're talking about a church building that was kind of like what you'd see with Hillsong, hold thousands of people. And it was packed for my uncle. It was packed for him. My dad didn't get a funeral. My dad didn't get a funeral. He didn't get a 21-gun salute. He didn't get none of that. He was put into a box and cremated, and that was it. There was no service. There was no visitation. Nothing. This is what it is. Thoughts on those rattlesnake prop churches down in the dirty South? Oh, you're talking about the snake handlers. They're idiots. They're idiots. Yes, it says that that you will be bitten by snakes and have no harm come to you. Blah blah blah. But that's just a general statement of the protection of the Lord. That doesn't mean that you should go out and dance with them. It also says in the New Testament to not tempt the Lord your God. Do not put God to the test. When Satan came to him and said, cast yourself off of this cliff and the angels will surely save you. Don't tempt God. Don't test his power. Don't test his love for you. And that's exactly what you're doing when you're standing up there dancing around with poisonous snakes in your hand. It's ridiculous. A7th, it's been a while. Would you agree that Alien Romulus should have included the original Jerry Goldsmith closing score that was scraped from the original? Well, the guy that I don't remember his name, but the guy that does the score for Alien Romulus, he kind of specializes in recreating the vibe of scores from previous films. He does a lot of sequels, and he specializes in recreating the kind of general vibe or sound of the scores of the previous films. That's what he's good at. And so, there's none of James Horner's Aliens in this score. But Jerry Goldsmith, that's definitely the vibe that this composer was going for. Not note for note, but it feels very much like the original score. 7th, how different do you think gaming would have been as a whole if DLC was never implemented? Hard to say. It would depend on, basically drive technology and whether, we could have gotten physical media drives that would have been able to adequately provide, speed and storage capacity and transfer rates that would have allowed for not needing that kind of thing. Because eventually it wasn't just simply the fact that they're patching in fixes, but the fact that they can't get the data off of the disk fast enough, and so it has to install huge chunks of it onto the physical media on the hard drive or the SSD. It can't just load off the disk anymore. I think they would have the capacity to do it with some of the newer drive technology that's out there now, but how cost effective would it be as opposed to the direction that they've gone? I mean, remember that the largest audience out there is PC gaming, and they've been off physical for a decade or more. I can't even tell you the last time I had a computer that had a disk drive in it. Isn't tongue speaking being able to speak a language they don't know? Yes, that's the speaking in tongues is supposed to be a witness of the power of the Holy Spirit and the manifestation of the Holy Spirit, evidenced by speaking in a language that you don't know. And the point of it was, A, to provide Christ's message to people that did not speak the same language as you, and also to serve as evidence of the Holy Spirit working through you. That's what it's supposed to be. But what it's become in most of these evangelical churches is a status symbol. Something for you to fake to make you look more Christian than other people in the room. Where did the idea that we aren't supposed to eat meat on Good Friday come from? That's a Catholic thing. Evangelicals don't do that. That's a Catholic thing. Because if the Bible was read to me once as a kid and it was read to me 30 times, I can tell you right now, there's a lot of things the Catholics do that's not in the Bible. There's nothing about the veneration of Mary in the Bible. Pray for us now and then. None of that. That's not in the Bible. That's a Catholic thing. Catholicism is a lot different than the Christianity that you learn about in the Bible. There's a lot to Catholicism that is not, no matter how much they try to convince you otherwise, is not biblical. You can go from page 1 to the last page and you will not find some of the stuff that goes on in Catholicism in that book. It's not there. And remember, they're the ones that decided which books should be in it and which ones shouldn't. And regardless, there are things that they do, things that they believe, practices they have, that are not in that book. I'm just saying. Let's see here. Alien Romulus felt like a love letter to Alien Isolation given the atmospheric scenes and the usage of the same booth save points. Yeah, we noticed that. In fact, 8th pointed out to me. They walked past one. He's like, that's where you'd save your game in Alien Isolation. So, yeah. Yeah. That was just kind of a nod to fans of the game. Demonic possessions are an interesting theme. What kind of demons exist? And is Pazuzu really a demon? Or no, Pazuzu was not made up for the movie. There was a culture that had a god that was called Pazuzu, and that's his actual statue that you see in the film. You can go online and read about Pazuzu. You know, that's the thing. You know, a lot of what Christianity would refer to as demons were just considered other gods by other cultures. So, you know, Pazuzu was worshipped. Baal was a popular deity back then, and Christianity now looks at Baal as either just, you know, a false idol that didn't exist or a demonic entity. Some people will tell you that demons are fallen angels, but that depends on what you believe. The Book of Enoch tells you that demons are the trapped spirits of the half-human, half-angelic Nephilim creatures that God destroyed in the flood, and that they're just they're cursed to wander the earth and meddle with the the dealings of man until time of the final judgment. So it just kind of depends. The New Testament doesn't really necessarily specify what demons are. It just says that there are demons and that occasionally they possess humans, and apparently sometimes can possess animals because Christ sent them into a herd of pigs. But I've seen some crazy stuff that wouldn't be explained by paranoid schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder or whatever they call that now. You know, what they used to call split personality or multiple personality, bipolar stuff. None of that would explain some of the stuff that I've seen. Sometimes watching something like some of these exorcism movies, they don't scare me, but I get a little bit uneasy watching them because of some of the stuff that I've actually seen in my life. Did you and your friends go to sports bars back in the day? No, because me and my friends were not into sports. What things everyone should do to improve their home? Well, that depends on what you're into. I improved my home by making more space for games and decorating it with stuff that I loved when I was 17. I've got a big 6-foot-long tapestry banner hanging from my wall up here. Because when I was a kid, one of the most popular things wasn't just posters. It was these big cloth tapestries that you could buy that were usually all black with white writing. And I had several of them in my room as a kid. I had a Metallica one. I had a green one that had the Ultimate Warrior on it. I had a yellow one that was a Hulk Hogan one. I had a bunch of them. And now I have one that's 6.5 feet long, 5 feet tall, that says Game Room on it. It has a big 80s style Game Room logo, and it's hanging right up there. That's the kind of stuff. This whole house looks like what a 17-year-old's bedroom would look like in like the 80s or 90s. That's the whole vibe that I wanted, and that's the vibe that I got. I turned this whole house into my basement that I grew up, that I had as a teenager. Do I care whether anyone would find that childish or immature if they came here and looked at it? No, don't give a crap. I pay for it. I'll do what I want with it. You ain't paying my mortgage. You want yours to be in nice expensive furniture with plastic coverings on them so that they never get any stains and all that. That's all you. That's all you. You're still married and you want your wife to decorate it? Go ahead. More power to you. I want a game room, and I'll have one. When I'm dead, 8th can do whatever he wants with this. Let's see here. Fede Alvarez said he was inspired by Alien Isolation. Okay. And to close it out, Disney should consider making Alien Isolation 2, or at least include Amanda Ripley as the next protagonist. Well, we'll see. We will see. Seventh, you believe that dragons could have been dinosaurs, right? Would it be fair to say that angels are aliens? No. I would say that what people think are aliens are actually something else, but not angels. At least not angels of the angelic host, anyway. As far as dragons go, I would say that there are a lot of cultures that have not just myths about dragons, but actual historical accounts of having to go and kill these things. And so I do think that there are certain types of dinosaurs that did not die out when the rest of them did. They were killed off over time by man. And that what people were describing as dinosaurs weren't these massive flying beasts. I mean, there might have been a breed of pterosaur type, like a pterodon type of thing that could have survived. That's where the Thunderbirds and all that come from. But that man finished them off. They were mostly killed off by various events, and then man finished the job. You have temples down in South America that have carvings of people, riding on top of stegosauruses, and pottery that has them carved all over them. But they have established this sacred timeline of billions and billions of years of history, and they are going to always deny anything like that that's found, because that disrupts the narrative. That disrupts the established sacred timeline. And so they're going to fight that tooth and nail. Anyway. Benjamin Wallif, blah, 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 blah. Oh, look. Huh. Give me a second here. I gotta look at something real quick. Do. Okay. That's fine. I ain't got time for this stuff. How will Vince McMahon be remembered when it's time? He's going to be remembered as someone that changed the course of professional wrestling, but was kind of and behind the scenes was a really crappy individual. Would you agree that Steve Perry, Freddie Mercury, and Sammy Hagar were the top best three male vocalists from the 80s? Yeah. I think there were some that could hold a candle to them, however. John Schlitt was really good. I don't remember his name, but there was a guy who sang for a Christian rock band called Angelica, and he could hit all the notes that Perry could. He was astounding. Let's see here. Do you believe near-death experiences are proof of an afterlife? Well, I don't need proof of an afterlife, but some of them could be. Some of them are bullshit. Did you like Kevin Smith's Dogma? It was a funny movie. Seems like we're living in the book of Revelations. Well, there's been several periods in history that would fit with the book of Revelations. Are Angels and God of War 2018 based on anything? Well, God of War 2018 is Norse. It's not Christian. However, the thing of it is, there's not really a whole lot of writing out there. Me and Eighth were talking about this the other day. There's not a whole lot of writing out there regarding Norse mythology because it was mostly an oral tradition. And so a lot of the writings that we do have about, Odin and Thor and Freya and all that were documented, first written down by Christians documenting these stories. And so, of course, have a lot of, they were influenced, these stories, by the Christians who wrote them down. So a lot of what we know now as Norse mythology is actually Christianized Norse mythology. Who knows what it was actually like when they were really practicing it, Hey, I'm out in downtown Miami using the bathroom. I just wanted to say hi. Well, okay. Hello, Richard. Seventh, did the Ice Age kill the dinosaurs? No. Would you rank the Resident Evil games? I've told you guys 1,000 times I don't like survival horror, so my ranking would be worthless. Pterodactyls, yes. Seventh, are you planning on buying Dead Rising Deluxe? No. Meatloaf could have given Steve Perry a run for his money. Well, Meatloaf didn't have the range that Steve Perry did, and in fact, Meatloaf, he didn't write a lot of his own songs. Some of his best songs were written by the guy, by the way, who did the soundtrack for Streets of Fire. Loki versus Gandalf? Probably Loki. Well, we don't really know, though, because we never really got to see a full exhibition of Gandalf's power level. We don't really know how powerful he was, because mostly all he ever did was shine lights on stuff. Swing a sword and shine lights at stuff. That's mostly what we ever got to see Gandalf do. What do you think killed the... I think it was a number of things. A number of factors. Remember, I do believe in the historicity of a flood. There's too many cultures around the world that have the same story for it not to have been an event. And there's too much evidence around the world of it having happened. Yes, I've played Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I never finished it, but I did put several hours into it. I put close to 70 or 80 hours into it and didn't even finish the game. Seventh, why were the Hobbit films so bad compared to the original? Because they had to add so much additional story to be able to stretch it across 3 films. And as much as I love Peter Jackson, he is not the writer that Tolkien was. Have you seen the trailer for the new Darksiders game? No, I haven't. I have not. I have not. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Do 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 do. Do do. Let me look at somewhere. Let's see here. It was a slog of a game. Absolutely, it was a slog of a game. Good Lord. Oh, by the way, 1 hour remaining. 1 hour. And there's been a single $5 donation. Not going to be buying any additions to the game room improvements this week. Would you try Borderlands 4 if and when it came out? Depends on what the storyline was. Peter Jackson seems to just remaster things now, like that Beatles documentary he released a few years ago. I don't think I even watched that. Are you looking forward to the new Zelda game coming next month? No. I don't get excited about new Nintendo games because they don't have achievements. I like having achievements now. If I can't earn anything in a game, it's not as fun for me as it used to be. I've just, once we had that, now I don't see a reason in not having it. A guy on YouTube by the name of Under the Mayo completely craps the modern God of War games. Just recently, he gave quite possibly the worst take on Batman art. I'd never heard of him. 7th, if a Christian was awakened, the Holy Spirit from within, she is protected from demon possession. Well, yes, that's the whole point of the whole "get thee behind me." You have no power over me. Get behind me. The thing about demonic possession is that there has to be an invitation. There has to be something about them where they welcome it in. They allow it to come in. Whether that be literally them trying to manifest something and inviting it in, or because of the choices that they've made, the anger and the resentment they have towards God or people in their life, because of that negativity, because of the things that go on, and they allow themselves to become vulnerable, and that's how they get in. It is an invitation in one form or another. You have to put on the armor of the Spirit. The Hobbit versus the Star Wars prequels, which was worse? I'm going to go with The Hobbit because even though I really dislike The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, I really like Revenge of the Sith a lot. And I can't point to any of the Hobbit movies where I'm like, oh yeah, that one's my jam. No. I'm looking forward to Astrobot. I am too, but I don't know when I'm going to have the money to get it. It's kind of tight days for old 7th. When did you start achievement hunting? 2008, when they were first debuted on PS3. My first platinum was X-Men Origins Wolverine. Have you seen some of the leaked footage of Superman Legacy? Someone pointed out that Green Lantern looks like Harry Dunn attending a comic book convention. Yeah, I don't know how those. I'm holding out hope, but I don't know, man. You never heard of Under the Mayo? Good, keep it that way. Avoid Synthetic Man too. Okay. I always thought they froze and starved to death. No, it wasn't the Ice Age. It wasn't the Ice Age. Clone Wars made the prequels better, in my opinion. I didn't like Clone Wars because I didn't like the prequels. I mean, the only one I liked was Revenge of the Sith, because that was the only part of the story that interested me, was Anakin becoming Darth Vader. And, they skipped around with that through the first two movies. And so I don't really care about those. If anytime prequels come up, I go straight to Revenge of the Sith and watch it. I ignore the other two. 7th, choose your hell, playing Hannah Montana nonstop or watching 2016 Ghostbusters nonstop. Oh. 2016 Ghostbusters. 7th, what's worse, Star Wars prequels or the sequels? The sequels. Quick, somebody send 7th $10,000 just to see his rich. No one who watches me is rich. I don't have any rich followers. Come on. Come on. I'm salt of the earth, baby. There's no rich people watching my old ass. We have the same people in here, every weekend for years. I'm not growing an audience. It's the same 30 people commenting every weekend. I'm not getting, every now and again I'll get a new person, like the Cat Man in here. They showed up like a year ago. They're relatively new. But most of you guys, Clean Frame, Brother Natural, Chris G, Shadow Diaz, Ultra Steel, Enemy TV. These are all folks that have been watching me for years and years and years. I'm not growing an audience. I certainly don't have anybody rich watching my ass. Come on. Chris G did send me $100 once, though. That was awesome. That was the time that him and some other dude, I can't remember who now, were kind of competing with each other to see who could donate to me, and I ended up getting almost $500 in donations in one night. It was crazy. That was the time that I ended up streaming for 8 hours straight because I felt so guilty from all the donations I'd gotten, and it made me sick. I got sick from sitting in this chair for 8 hours. Let's see here. Is cavemen interacting with dinosaurs a myth? Depends on who you ask. Thoughts on the Borderlands movie? I didn't see it. 8th went to see it ironically with a friend of his and said it was pretty abysmal, that it was really awful. 7th, did you watch the Lord of the Rings TV? Oh, the Rings of Power? I watched some of it. I didn't finish it. If Hannah Montana is your most embarrassing platinum, what is number 2? Probably Mr. Masagi. Mr. Masagi. Or My Name is Mayo. One of those little dollar games that you can earn the platinum in 60 seconds just by clicking a button type deal. I have a couple of those. Because Jay had a couple of those, and I was in a competition with Jay to get the most platinums. And I told him I could do it in a year, and he told me there was no way I'd ever be able to catch up. And I noticed that he had some of those little ultra quick platinums, and I'm like, well, if he's going to have some, I'll do it too. All's fair in love and war, as they say. And so, I have a small handful of those, and I'm not happy about having them there, but they're there. Yes, you do, Ultra Steel. Yes, you do. A lot of people do. Seventh, would you like to work for Amazon? Hell no. They're not a good company to work for. Did you like BioShock games? I liked the first one, and I liked the third one. Shower thoughts. Like one for me is if you get scared half to death twice, then what? I have no idea what you mean by that, Blaze. I'm sorry. Shower thoughts. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Do you prefer the Lord of the Ring extended editions? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I have them on 4K. How do you feel about PC Steam achievements? It feels less rewarding than PS and X. Well, I don't play on Steam. I know 8th has a lot of achievements on Steam, but I don't know if he chases. I do know that he's put in extra work to 100% Steam games. I know he's done that. So I guess he's happy with them. But I don't play on Steam. Most difficult platinum you have? I'm not sure. I'm not really sure. It's been so long since I've earned one. I've gotten to where I'm not as big on earning platinums anymore because some of the stuff has become so much busy work stuff. Amazon doesn't pay that good. It depends on what role you have. Seems like America is too depressing. Someone needs to bring hope and excitement for future, like sending astronauts to Mars and the moon. That would be cool. Yeah, but I mean, with the folks that we have, the choices we have to vote for this year, I don't know if you're going to see that out of either one of them. Did you ever agree with any game of the years from Jeff Keighley or Dice? Not really. I've been watching you for years, ever since the very beginning. I remember Mrs. Seventh number 2 being in some of your videos. Got him. Oh, yep, Sarah. Mrs. Seventh number 2, the one who didn't want to come to Texas with me. Do you prefer a good movie over a good show? It kind of depends. Sometimes I like to have a good long show that I can marathon. Sometimes I just feel like a movie, so it just kind of depends. 7th, do you ever think we'll see PlayStation All-Stars battle? No. That ship has sailed. Breaking Bad versus Better Call Saul versus El Camino. Breaking Bad. Seeing the rover cam footage stuff blows my... Yeah. Elon Musk, SpaceX, best shot at sending humans to Mars. Well, there's a lot of factors there, okay? I mean, it's not a hospitable planet. You know, they're going to have to invest a lot in building structures that people could live in. They're going to have to build a base on the moon to be able to launch these ships from, to make it easier to launch these ships as opposed to launching them straight from Earth. You know, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of tech that doesn't technically exist yet. I mean, there's a lot of things that's going to have to happen before we can go to Mars. We don't have the technology to terraform a planet and, for example, to give it a breathable atmosphere. Where were you before Texas? North Carolina. I've lived in Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, and Texas. Did you ever collect laser discs? No, I've never. We couldn't afford laser disc when it was a thing. Yeah, remember, Cop Son didn't have that kind of money. Laser disc was expensive. It was an expensive platform. It was considered a rich person luxury platform. We couldn't afford it. We had VCR. And even then, I didn't have a VCR until I was 10 years old in 1984. VCRs had been out for several years at that point, but we couldn't afford one until 1984. My dad bought one, finally broke down and bought one to cheer me up because I had had my nose broken and I had to have reconstructive surgery on it. And so I was sitting there out of school for weeks because I couldn't breathe because my nose was packed full of all this stuff keeping it straight, and with a big cast over my face. And so I was sick. I was sick from the surgery. I couldn't breathe good, and I was still really doped up from the anesthetic and all this stuff. And so my dad felt bad about it, and he went out and he bought a VCR and rented me a bunch of movies. And took me out of my bedroom, put me in his room, and hooked up the VCR in his room on his TV, and just sat with me. He had a little easy chair in there, and sat with me and watched these movies on VCR, and that was the first VCR we ever had. And then 2 years later, for my 12th birthday, he bought me my own VCR for my room, and I remember it. It was a Toshiba, and I loved that VCR. And not long after that, I learned how to connect the two of them together and copy movies that we rented. Holy crap! I'm in North Carolina. Yeah, I lived outside of Charlotte for about almost 10 years. It was almost 10 years that I lived outside of Charlotte. Yeah, it's not some terraforming a planet is not something that would happen overnight. It would take decades. So this whole idea of we're going to solve humanity's problems by moving to Mars. Not in your lifetime, we aren't, and not in your kid's lifetime either. Seventh, do stores make more money selling a game than the game company that produced it? I wouldn't think so. If so, it wouldn't benefit the game companies. Just keep the games digital at that point. Remember when Barron said you were a... Yes, I remember that. He doesn't talk to me anymore. I still have friendly relations with a lot of the guys that I went up against, including General MLD. Not Black Baron. He don't talk to me no more. Thoughts on Caddyshack with Chevy Chase and Bill Murray? I want to see it because I love those two. It's okay. Really, Chevy Chase and Bill Murray are side characters. The big character in Caddyshack is Rodney Dangerfield. He's really the big character in that, and the driving force in that movie. Chevy Chase would probably be second place to him, and then Bill Murray is almost a glorified cameo. He's only in it for a few minutes. I'm considering moving to Alabama. I've been in Alabama. I've never lived there. I've been to Birmingham. Went to a concert there once when I was a kid, and went to a lot of small towns in and around Alabama because my dad would sell ammunition at the gun shows. And the one that I remember most was, I don't know how it is now, but when I went there in the 80s, it was this tiny ass piece of crap town. It was called Anniston, and there was nothing in there except an old mall in the center of town. This old, dilapidated mall, and that was all there was there. And I don't think I'd live in Alabama myself, but more power to you. Fayetteville, Arkansas, or you said North Carolina. Fayetteville, North Carolina. I don't think I ever went to Fayetteville in North Carolina. I've been to Fayetteville. There's a Fayetteville in Georgia. I've been to that one. I think people downplay trades in general, welding, electrician, etc. A lot of people are millionaires from it. You can make a lot of money that way, especially if you've got your own business and you're not doing it for somebody else. I never got the feeling that movie theaters would go extinct compared to arcades. What's your take on this? I think mostly the reason that the movie theaters are still around is strictly for nostalgia. And once the generation that still has fond memories of going to movie theaters dies off and is replaced by the coming generation that has spent most of their time streaming movies at home, what do you think is going to happen? Did you see the Review Tech USA documentary from June the King? Yes, I did. I haven't had any interaction with Rich in a long time. I don't know what's going on with him. He hasn't blocked me or anything, but, I haven't gotten any replies from him in quite a while. PlayStation needs a press conference. It's been dry for a while. Yeah, because all they do now are the little state of plays. Even that PlayStation showcase they did was not all that great. Blackbuster Critic was the best debater on the Crumb side. I beg to differ. Because I exist. Blackbuster Critic was awesome, though. He lives here in Texas somewhere. Up in the Dallas area, I think. I know his brother does. Because every time I'd go to Retropalooza in Arlington, I'd ask him to come see me. And, they'd talk about, yeah, we're going to come out and we're going to see you. Not show up. not show up. Shokio and BBC, they don't love the 7th no more. Movie theaters are busy and hard to get hired at. I wouldn't know. If you could just pay for a movie and watch it at home, if I could just pay for a movie and watch it at home, I would. Well, you can do that, but just you have to wait until it's been on the theater for a month. Sometimes a couple of weeks. I fully suspect Borderlands will be on Amazon just any day now. Any day now. The reason I say that is because the re-release of Coraline on the movie theater is making more money than Borderlands already. It's going to hit digital streaming any day now. You watch. 7th, if they made a third Beetlejuice film, do you think they must call it Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice? Because if they don't, that'll be a crime. Well, that would make sense. Although I guess you could say that saying Beetlejuice 3 would fit that, but yeah. Saw the Cybertruck in person. It looks interesting. Not my cup of tea. Yeah, I've seen a couple of them driving around down here, and I just think they're fugly. I wouldn't drive one of those. Ninjas versus pirates versus cowboys. Who wins this epic three-way battle? Well, it would boil down to either the pirates or the cowboys, because both of them use firearms. There's not a whole lot a ninja can do against a bullet. I'm just saying. You know, you can swing your swords and have your nunchucks and your throwing stars. You're not going to dodge or outrun a bullet. As long as you can actually see you coming. But my money would be kind of a toss-up between cowboys and pirates. We got about a half hour left, guys. Half hour left. This is how I know that Kamala and Biden are full of crap about how their financial policies are working. I can always tell how the economy's doing by how many donations I get during the 7thCast. The crappier the economy, the fewer donations that come in. So what else y'all want to talk about? We've got another half hour to go. Normally, after I finish the 7thCast, I'll sit and watch YouTube for a little while, and then I'll watch Billy's live stream for the Game Chasers. I don't think he's going to be streaming for a while because he said on Twitter that he broke his arm. And, of course, his streams are watching him play video games. He ain't going to be playing video games with no broke arm. Not without being on some really good painkillers. Walking home at night as I watch. Well, be careful. Maybe it'd be better for you to just listen and not watch. It's not like I do a lot of exciting stuff on the screen. You can just listen to my voice. You need to keep your eyes on what you're walking around in. 7th, have you ever been to Raging Waters? Do you have any funny memories of going to... not been to Raging Waters. I haven't really been to that many water parks, to be honest with you. I've been to the one that's still in Panama City, Shipwreck Island. It's like across the street from where the infamous Miracle Strip amusement park used to be that I talk about so much, that had that arcade that I loved so much. That water park is still there, although a lot of the stuff that I loved about it isn't there anymore. They used to have this central island that had a giant stone skull in the middle of it that had water slides coming out of the eye sockets and these caves that you could walk around in that had little jacuzzi jets in them, and it was that you could get out of the sun and just hang out in the mouth of the skull. All that part of it is gone, but the water park itself is still there and still open. Uh, I've been to the water park that was in Carowinds in North Carolina. I think it's called Boomerang Bay. I've been to that one. Used to take eighth there a lot. One time, eighth took a tumble in the water slide there, busted his nose open, and we had to be taken to their first aid facility back behind the park. Uh, and I've been to Blizzard Beach at Disney World. That's where I got that really bad sunburn and almost ended up in the hospital because everything's covered in white fiberglass and it cooks you like a microwave. And uh, my all-time favorite is Typhoon Lagoon. I love Typhoon Lagoon. I love the rides. I love the theming of it. It's got the best wave pool I've ever been in. But that's it. Will you see the Ghost of Tsushima movie? I suppose so. Is your PSN the same as other social media? Of course it is. What's your thoughts on John Carpenter's Starman? Good movie. Not so great TV show. The E.T. movie for grown-ups. I don't cry at the end. Someone was cutting onions. It's a pretty good movie. You could tell they kind of lost their budget when they got to the conclusion. You could kind of tell they ran out of money when they got to the climax of that film. But I like it. I like the soundtrack, and I think the humor in it's really good. Seventh, do you think prank calling was funny back in your day? It could be. We did a lot of prank calling when I was a kid. A lot of it. We were never really super nasty or anything with it. We just mess with people. It was fun. Of course, you can't really do it so much nowadays, but it was fun when we were teenagers. Ooh, just popped in my spine. That's oh, that didn't feel good at all, man. Oh, good. You're home. Good. But walking around at night, watching your phone. Don't do that. Listen to it. Listen to it. I ain't nothing to look at. Prank calling is illegal. Yes, but I can't think of a single person that ever got arrested for prank calling. Maybe that's happening now in the UK, but not when I was a kid, not here in the US. I get the feeling the new Assassin's Creed is going to mix ninja versus samurai with Romeo and Juliet. Do you get that vibe? Yeah, and I don't have any excitement for it. Not at all. The soundtrack for Starman is great, but honestly, my favorite soundtrack that John Carpenter ever did was for Christine. We have that one on LP. Eighth has it up on the second floor. The soundtrack to Christine is peak Carpenter. It's my favorite. From your past experiences, what are some non-verbal indirect signs a woman would give a man she finds physically attractive to? Well, I mean, a lot of it is just in facial expressions and, long, unbroken eye contact and, depending on the type of woman, they can be very hands-on. How close they sit to you if they come to sit down to you and that kind of thing. I mean, there's a number of different things, but I never had to worry about it too incredibly much because they would just come up and approach me while I was sitting at the bar. And I've never claimed to have like some kind of ultra game or anything, because I didn't hit on women. They would come to me. And on the occasion that I did do anything, it was just like, hey there, do you like to have fun? Would you like to come have some fun with me? All right, let's go. That was it. That was as far as I went. Is Ghost of Tsushima the greatest generation-ending game of all time? It's on up there. It's on up there. Right alongside God of War 2, I'd say. If you're a real John Carpenter fan, you'll know that The Thing was the real E.T. for grown-ups because both films released near the same time. Well, at one point E.T. was going to be more of a horror type thing, but Spielberg changed his mind on it, and then he was going to go kind of back to that with the sequel that, of course, never happened. Do you think Star Wars Outlaws will be good? I'm on the fence. Well, I'm not buying it on release date. Of course, I'm not buying anything because I'm Poe, but I'm not. I don't know when I'll be able to afford another game right now. Maybe next month after the final car payment's been paid. I think prank calling goes too far when you're being rude towards the person you're calling. The key should be to confuse the caller, not spiteful. Depends on what your goal is. Maybe you should look into the history of the Jerky Boys, Ultra Steel. Listen to some of the old Jerky Boys prank calls. But I'm not in any rush to play Star Wars Outlaws because, that style of gameplay appeals to me. But that character is just fugly, man. If I could create my own character model, that'd be a different story. If it was, like more of a general open world game where I could create my own character model, okay. But I don't know what they were trying to do with her based on like the actual actress that plays her versus what the character model looks like. What is their obsession with taking really attractive women and making them ugly as hell in their games? What is the point? Bumblebee and the Iron Giant are both rip-offs of E.T. Well, Iron Giant to some extent, but remember some of Iron Giant was based on an actual book. Definitely with Bumblebee though. Yeah, Bumblebee's definitely a rip-off of E.T. Iron Giant on some levels, yes, but a lot of it, no. It's 8:33. Got about 27 minutes left, folks. 27 minutes left. I can't argue that God of War 2 is an elite gaming experience. Yes, it was. That original trilogy is just... Oof. I still kind of prefer that game style to the new, too. The new God of War games are, a totally different thing, really. And, for my taste, they borrow a little bit too much from Souls-likes. Can you rattle off some games that lasted 10 years plus popularity and sales-wise? No, because I don't pay as much attention to sales numbers as other folks did. The only time I'd bring up sales was just in messing with General MLD because he was so hyper fixated on it. Otherwise, I couldn't give I don't really give a crap about copies sold and all that kind of crap. But I would wager that a lot of those games would be Nintendo games. Hard 8 doesn't like the new God of Wars. I wouldn't know, man. He has me blocked on everything that he's got, and I haven't watched one of his videos in years. Speaking of that, have you seen what the actual actress who plays Cassandra on Assassin's Creed Odyssey looks like in real life compared to her game? It's almost night and day. That's true of a lot. Yeah, Ultra Steel, Jerky Boys. Go look up Jerky Boys. They're from like the late 80s to early 90s. They were a group of guys that made comedy albums that were all around making prank phone calls. And they actually got popular enough that they made a movie of it. The movie is terrible. You can ignore the movie, but look up some of their old tapes and listen to some of that. The one I remember is the fake Mexican mom, or the fake Cuban mom, I should say. They had these series of ones that they do where the guy would pick up and you'd hear someone go, Pablo, Pablo, honey, Pablo, come to Florida, we miss you, and it would just go on and on and on, where no Pablo's here, Pablo. Anita Sarkeesian really had an influence on certain game developers, yeah, and Sweet Baby has kind of just stepped in and replaced her. Do you think E.T. is overrated? I don't know if I'd call it overrated. I think there are some people that make it out to be a better movie than it is, to some extent, but I do think it earned the overall status that it has. But I don't, these people that talk about, oh, it's the greatest thing that, the greatest movie of the 80s and whatnot, I don't believe in that. But I do believe that it's definitely in the top 10 of the 80s films that came out. Are E.T. and Star Wars connected? They're very loosely connected via the Phantom Menace because George Lucas chucked a couple of E.T.s into one of the little flying booths during the Senate scene. Thoughts on Richard Pryor? He was a great comedian, and now he's dead, like so many other great comedians. 7th, I'm pretty sure that the people who are upset about beautiful women in games have a poor perception of themselves, and they are they-thems who want to let out their angry emotions at others. Well, there's so much of what's going on nowadays is all projection. It's all projection, bitterness, resentment. I don't claim to be an attractive person, but I still want to play, and I don't have to have a character that's must be male or female or whatnot. But at the same time, if I'm going to be investing 20, 30, 50 hours in a game, I don't want to be looking at a face that looks like that. I'm sorry, I don't. Yoda was sort of in E.T., but not really. I mean, it was just, some kid dressed in a Yoda costume. Yeah, but Jaws had a lot of its prestige ruined by those crappy sequels that they made. So I can totally understand why Spielberg ended up fighting tooth and nail to make sure there was never a sequel to E.T. made. Well, Clean Frame, there has been a lot going on, but it hasn't exploded in the way that the original Gamergate did. It's had a more, not as big of a reaction. Should Disney feature the Xenomorphs in the Star Wars universe? Oh, that'd be a terrible idea. That'd be horrible. No, let's keep those separate. Hello, 8th. What you doing? We got about 20 minutes left. You can turn on the light in there if you need to see. It's not going to bother me none. There you go. He's looking for something. Garage door. Questions are kind of drying up. Some of the folks came back. We're back up around 30. What's going on? What's going on, man? Y'all kind of getting quiet on me now. We still got 20 minutes left before 9 o'clock. Remember when Gamer Nate threatened to cut a man's... Yeah. This was a guy that was responsible for driving around several tons of machinery and was, as emotionally unstable as hell. Is 8th chilling? Yeah, 8th is chilling. Seventh, in order, what are you looking for?
Don't worry about it.
Well, fine. Maybe I won't. Seventh, in order for children to play video games with their fathers more, would it be realistic for the kids to do many of their father's chores, lowering the lawn so they have more opportunities? Well, I mean, I think it's a good thing to get kids to doing chores anyway, but just to teach them, work versus reward, teaching them responsibility, time management, so many different things that they're going to need as adults. And that's, one of the things that's not going on. So many of these kids nowadays are entitled as hell. They're given everything without having to work to earn it. And, are basically being babysat by their social media devices. And that's how you end up with some of the garbage that's going on in this country now. And I don't blame the kids. I blame their parents. Their parents suck. Is Alex getting bigger? No, Alex is full grown. Alex is 3.5 years old. She's not going to be getting any bigger. You're a little stoned. Okay. Hey, Seventh, I'm watching your stream in the UFC. That's an interesting combination. Seventh, have you seen the Bloodborne emulation using Shade PS4? It's coming along nicely. Eighth might be paying attention to that. I've not been watching it. What's the latest platinum trophy you earned? I don't even remember. Couldn't tell you. I'd have to turn on the PS5 to go look, and I'm not going to go turn on the PS5 to go look because I couldn't tell you. I don't remember. It's been a while. I'll tell you that much. I got really close with a couple. And I got really close with Hogwarts Legacy, but I just never did go back and finish it. And there was another one that I was playing around the same time that I was playing Hogwarts Legacy, and I got really close with that one too. Can't remember now, but it's been at least that long since I actually earned one, or longer. Yo, Seventh. Mike Hoochie, what are you? I'm not doing that, alien. You almost got me, but then I remembered who you are. You almost got me, but I stopped. You almost got me, but I stopped myself. Why hasn't a rich person replied to Eat the Rich with, I'm willing to feed you? The closest one I think to is Bill Gates with all of his charitable efforts. Hey, I don't trust Bill Gates. He's probably a lizard person. Do you believe in multiple universes? No. Is it possible that there exists a universe where people like Batman, Spider-Man, the Joker... No. Who do I look like? Chris Chan? Do you like the Ratchet Clank games? Very much. You almost got me, but I caught it. I caught it, son. I still have that video saved of Gamer Nate threatening to cut the guy's throat saved. If you want to, I don't need it at this point because I'm not gonna do Trey for Life, but the Crumb side. I'm not gonna bother because it was too scattershot, and I was a lot more focused at that point. I didn't go after that many people during that era. It was, just a small handful, which with the biggest one being Black Baron, and he deleted most of his videos from that period, so yeah. Any plans to play Resident Evil 4 Remake or Dead Space Remake for 7th Halloween? No, not really. I stopped doing 7th Halloween for the most part because you guys didn't watch them. I'd get like 100 views a video. What's the point in that? All that does is do damage to me on the algorithm. I'm going to get you. You ain't going to get me next week because I'm going to remember next week. I've been gone 2 weeks. That's why I didn't remember. But next week, I'll be watching for you, son. I ain't going to read anything you type. Do you like the Jak and Daxter games? Yes. Well, I like the first one. I wasn't that big a fan of the second and third one because I felt like they borrowed too much from Ratchet and Clank. I wanted to keep my Jak and Daxter separate. I'm playing through Tools of Destruction for the first time. Good game. 7th, who was more unstable? Fat Gamer or Fat Gamer? Has anyone ever told you that back during the Trey era, you kind of looked like Weevil from Veronica Mars? I'm not familiar with Veronica Mars. The one that I got was that I looked like Carrie King from Slayer. That was the one that people used to tell me a lot, was that I looked like Carrie King from Slayer. Next week I'm gonna use another account. If you try to use sock accounts on me, alien, I'm just gonna silence your main one now. All you're doing is inviting me to get rid of one account so that you'll be stuck with another. So that's your call, son. That's your call. Don't play games with me. Not when I hold the cards, son. You know, Fat Gamer deleted the video when he said, yeah, I know. Possibly because he heard that I had something to say about it. I don't know. But probably it was somebody else. He just got nervous. 7th, have you heard an old TV series on Fox called The Visitor? It aired for a short time between 97. No, I never watched it. Do any of you guys remember the old werewolf show that used to be on Fox back in like 87? It was basically the Incredible Hulk, only it was a werewolf. And instead of roaming the land trying to find a cure, he was roaming the land looking for the werewolf that created him and framed him for murder. But it had the same general formula as Incredible Hulk, but it was a werewolf, and he'd go from town to town solving people's problems and hunting for the guy who got him in trouble. I want to see a sitcom where you and El Presidor are roommates. Oh, Christ. No. 7th, do you think the Crumbsiders gave gamers a bad name? Absolutely. Have you joined Reddit? No. So how often do you visit that site? Never. 7th, did you like Ang Lee's Hulk? There were elements of it that I liked, but for the most part I thought it was a really boring film. But there were some elements of it that I enjoyed. I think that one was just a little bit attempting to be cerebral for its own good. How should The Simpsons end? An asteroid should strike the Earth and wipe out the planet. That's how The Simpsons should end. Everyone's dead. Give it the dinosaur ending. Seventh, Black Bond's attic versus Fat Gamer's basement. Oh, Lord. Oh, well, if you're talking about which one that I would, if I had to choose between the two that I would rather live in, Black Bond's attic. You know, he had all that generational wealth to call upon. Fat Gamer didn't. Do you think you'd get along with El Presidor as a room? No, because he's unstable. Ang Lee's Hulk was so boring. It had a lot of slowness to it, yeah. Who mows the lawn at your house? There's a guy that I pay to do it. Once a month. Comes out, cuts the grass. What'd you think of Despicable Me 4? Didn't watch it. It's kids' movies. I don't watch those. I watched the original one with 8th when he was a kid. Well, I tried to watch it with him. I took him to see it at the theater, and at the time I was working third shift, but I promised him I'd take him to see it. So I took him to the theater to see it. I fell asleep. He had to wake me up at the end of the movie. I felt so bad. Did you like Smallville and Gotham? I liked elements of Gotham. I never got into Smallville. Do you remember Fat Gamer's washing machine? I remember it was always sitting behind him, and it looked like it was 50 years old. 7th, did you like Oz the Great and Powerful with James Franco? Yes, I actually did like that one. I mean, it was directed by Sam Raimi. Had some interesting ideas. I thought it was pretty good. It's not the greatest thing I've seen, but in the least, I liked Oz the Great and Powerful more than those Alice in Wonderland movies that Tim Burton made. Thoughts on the original RoboCop film, intended to be a revenge love story between Murphy and Lewis. The director decided to scrap that idea because the romantic angle felt too Dutch. I can kind of get that. I mean, not everything has to be a, they killed my lover thing. I remember Dinosaurs. You just struck a major nostalgia chord. I never got into that show. I thought it was kind of stupid. It just, felt like they took the Flintstones and replaced them with the dinosaurs, But that ending, man, I was surprised by that ending. I didn't even watch the show, but I heard about what was going to happen as far as there was rumors that it was going to have a very shocking ending. So I remember watching the last episode of it, and I was just like, "Wow, okay." 7th, what would a sitcom starring Dr. No. Best movie with a redemption theme. That's a lot of movies. 7th, do you like The Incredibles? Yes. Well, I like the first one. The second one kind of sucked. No, I didn't like Thelma and Louise. Yes, I really liked Shawshank Redemption. 7th, if Black Bond had his own movie where he saved the world from gaming fanboys and became the mayor of America, would you watch it? That's a very specific question. Of course I'd watch it at least once, if for no other reason than to make fun of him for having it made. Thoughts on the Max Payne movie? Not very good. Who is better looking, El Presidor or Solid Rev? I'm not a judge of that because I'm a male. Why did people hate Black Bond so much? Because he pushed their buttons, he was a troll. Did Dutch complete his plan? I never finished that game. Not successfully. Why didn't you like Thelma and Louise? I just thought it was a stupid movie. It didn't do anything for me. It didn't do anything for me. I thought it was kind of boring and dull. I didn't see the point of it. But it wasn't a movie made for me, The movie was made for like middle-aged housewives and lesbians. The movie wasn't made for me. Yeah. 7 minutes left to go, folks. Get your questions in now. Did you get your shelves yet? Yes, we got enough in donations to get the shelves. Shelves are over there. Well, some people hated El Presidor very much. The problem is that Black Bond was not a troll that stood on either side. He attacked both sides. And that's why he got the amount of hate that he did. I'm back. What's up, 7-Eleven? Nothing much, Richard. Same old, same old. We've got 5 minutes left, and there's been $5 in donations. Middle-aged housewife. You're funny as hell. Well, am I lying? Have you seen Brokeback Mountain? I have seen it once. Once. Thoughts on Space Marines 2? I'm not... 8th really wants to play it. I'm not in any rush to play it. Have you ever watched police body cams? I've seen a few videos. I've seen a few of them. I don't really get all that interested in, police footage, body cam, true crime, because I grew up around that stuff. So it's not as intriguing to me as it is to other people. How much do I have to tip for you to be here for another hour? Oh, Lord, I don't know, man. You better figure it out, though, because you got 5 minutes. Oh, Lord. Besides which, what would be the point of me staying another hour if you're the only one that wants me to stay another hour, Richard? What would be the point in that? It'd just be you and me talking for an hour. You don't see anyone else asking, how much do I got to donate to get another hour of the 7th Cast? You're the only one asking that, Richard, because no one else wants to donate to get another hour of the 7th Cast. They get 3 hours for free. Why would they want to pay for a 4th? What's your best film of the year thus far? I don't know, man. I guess Deadpool versus Wolverine, I guess. I'll give you $50 if you say, well, if I read your comment, I'm going to be saying it for free. And I told you, I'm not endorsing any political party figure because I don't vote. So it'd be disingenuous. I don't need $50 that bad, son. You want to give me $50? Do it because you love me in a hetero way so damn much. Don't do it because you want me to sit and do stupid human tricks on camera. I ain't the one. You want that, go to Boogie2988. I ain't the one. Go to Only Use Me Blade. You don't go to me for that shit. Did you like Bonnie and Clyde films? I've seen the original one. I didn't know there was multiple. Chocolate chip cookies or Mike and Ike's? Chocolate chip cookies, but I'm not allowed to pay or to eat that kind of stuff anymore. I'll stick around another hour if Richard pays for it. Lol. Ultra Steel is leaving. He knows nobody's going to pay for me to stay an extra hour. It's politics. They're all disingenuous. That's why I don't participate in it. So why would you want to pay me $50 to endorse one of them? Come on, son. You want to pay me $50, pay it because you think I earned $50, not because you want me to do something stupid on camera. I don't play that game. I respect y'all enough to not play that game, so respect me enough to not ask me to do it. You know what I'm saying? Boogie would do it for $5. Well, that's Boogie. I ain't Boogie. You skipped my question. I think it was a good one. Is that where we're at again, Clean Frame? Is that where we're at again? You asked me if Dutch completed his plan, and I said not the way he wanted to. I don't see another question in here since that question. I think that was just another example of me answering a question and you not realizing that I'm answering it. 7th, vote for Black Bond. Why? Got 1 minute left. I'm not seeing $50 from Richard. Looks like y'all ain't getting an extra hour. Y'all ain't getting an extra hour because Richard's all talk. Richard don't love the 7th. You skipped mine too, twice. Maybe you deserved it, Shadow Deist. Have you ever watched The Marine with John Cena? No. I'm not impressed with John Cena's acting. Plus, he's losing all of his hair. He needs to just shave it or get a wig. Ultra Steel is still here. He was capping about leaving. Yep, he lied. He lied. Richard lied about the $50 too. Because it's 9 o'clock. I ain't seen no $50. It's quitting time. So, there you go. It's after Richard's. I'll give you 50. What are you talking about? Richard hasn't sent 50. You ain't going to send 50. There's nothing there. I'm looking at it. I have a live feed. Y'all are trying to dangle something in front of me. 9 o'clock was the cutoff. Y'all didn't make it. You have to promise you be here. I said I'd do. I said a second ago that I'd do it for 50. You ain't sent no 50. All right, you've got 5 minutes. I will give you 5 minutes. If you donate $50, then I'm staying until 10 o'clock. You got 5 minutes to make it happen. Clock's ticking. And remember, this was you. This wasn't me. I didn't ask you for this. I'll give you 5 minutes. And Clean Frame, here you go. Clean Frame, if you give me 50 after Richard gives me 50, I'll stay another hour after that. Y'all will get 5 hours tonight. But I'm watching. I'm watching for that donation. 4 minutes left. Who's your favorite on Weapon Wheel? I'm a BG guy. I'd have to say Black Bond. I'd have to say Black Bond because I don't know BG and Jack all that well. And I don't know if Kid Smooth is still on. Kid Smooth is still on it or not. I haven't watched it for years. I ain't watched it in years. $50. Trump 2024. All right. All right. I'm here for another hour. All right. You'll notice Clean Frame ain't posting because he didn't think Richard'd do it. Richard donated $50. It said Trump 2024 on it. Because he knows that if he donates that I'm going to read. Well, that made me nervous. I lost my connection to the stream for a second there. It was like reconnecting. We lost signal for a little bit. I hope that don't happen again. I did not endorse Trump. That's Richard trolling. He knows that if he donates that I'm going to read what's in there as long as it ain't profane. But you know who stopped replying all of a sudden? Clean Frame. Who said, if Richard donates, I'll donate 50 after. Where's he at? Where'd he go? He's at home washing his tights. Don't start, Shadowhood. I ain't afraid to send you back to no man's land. No one said that I had to impersonate Data from the Goonies. That would be racially insensitive of me to impersonate Data. Tornadoes. No, it's not a tornado. It's been partly sunny all day. There ain't nothing going on out there. I asked a question that's probably invisible. I didn't see no question. All I have is, after Richards, I'll give you 50. You said I wouldn't mind an extra hour. The only question in here from you that's anywhere recent was, did Dutch complete his plan? I never finished that game. Lol. And I said, yeah, but not the way he wanted to. I answered that question. There's no other question from you in here. The next thing you said after that was, I wouldn't mind an extra hour, lol. And then the next thing after that was, you skipped my question. I think it was a good one. There's nothing else in here. You do this every week, dude. And you said, and I quote, where is it at? It's after Richards, I'll give you 50. So are you saying that it was after Richards saying he would give me 50? Then in that case, you should learn how, opening and closing quotations work, son. Learn some English grammar, son. Yeah, see there? Look at 8th. 8th is backing me up. There is no other question from you after the one that I answered. Great cast and so whimsical. Did he say he'd donate? Yeah, thanks, Richard. Best thrash metal to work. Oh, I forgot. I got to give Richard $1 bill. There you go, Richard. $1 bill for Richard. Best thrash metal to work out and train to. Look at you asking. Do I look like I work out? For real. Poor clean frame. Getting censored by YouTube. Well, maybe he should work on... he needs to work on his grammar and he needs to work on his vocabulary, apparently. The whole cast got derailed. $1 bill, y'all. Lord help. 9:08. We now have 52 minutes left. 52 minutes. Damn, but can we get the 1 hour Romanian? Oh, well, we already did 1 hour Romanian, but what we can do is... Your time has been extended. You did miss one of mine, which was... If you could win a world title, which would you want? NWA, WCW, or WWE world title? The one belt that I would want is that special Undertaker version of the World Championship WWE belt. The one that's like black, got kind of black silver with purple trim and all that. When the Undertaker does his podcast, it's sitting up on the shelf in the background. I'd love to have that belt. Which Steam Deck model do you currently own? None. I don't have a Steam Deck. 8th doesn't have one either. We're too poor for Steam Deck. That's for rich people. Have you thought about calling into AGS Live? What is AGS? Angry... What is that? That's not Angry Joe. What is AGS? I don't know what that is. Best trash metal when... making love. I think you meant thrash metal. That's not something that I ever listened to when doing the deed. For me, that was stuff like Def Leppard and Concrete Blonde and Mexican Moon, that kind of stuff. I see, Sir 7th. Yeah, Bill Bones. Who's your favorite wrestler? Roddy Piper. How'd you get into wrestling? It came on after USA Cartoon Network, and I didn't change the channel. Is Bruce Dickinson the best vocalist of all time? No. Get a job then. I have a job. I have quite a nice job. But I also just bought a $300,000 house, and I'm paying $2,700 a month for it. I'll be in better shape once the car is paid off next month, but Yeah, get a job. Come on, Shadow. You're getting close, son. Secret millionaire. Yeah, secret millionaire my ass. Any given Sunday, Hard Eights podcast. I haven't watched it. Angry Geriatric Show. Yeah, I don't know what AGS is, Richard. You'd have to explain that one. Did you see the clip on YouTube of a young Roddy Piper busting a frozen beer bottle on his forehead? No, I have not seen that. No, I didn't listen to Al Green. Who's your favorite trans person? I don't currently know anyone in person who are trans. There's some guys, there's some people that I still follow on Twitter from the Gamergate days that are trans, but I couldn't list them off by name at this point because I haven't heard from them in a while. But favorite guilty pleasure band? Probably Autograph, the ones that do the Turn Up the Radio song. Sandman the wrestler used to bust beer cans on his head. Yes, he did. Speaking of Roddy Piper, the film They Live is more relatable now than it was 38 years ago. Very true. Do you have any LGBT friends in real life? Not that I've had any contact with in a while. Eighth does. Well, there's some LGBT people that I consider like Twitter friends on Twitter, but in person, not in a long time. Not intentionally. It's just I live in Texas, man. You don't, and I work from home, so I don't get out much, bro. There weren't any in the office when I worked in the office here in Texas, so. Most of the friends that I've had that were LGBT were people that I met at work and were friends with at work. What's your top PlayStation systems? Mine is 3, 4, 5, 2, 1. PS2 is my number one. For me, it would be PS2, PS1, PS4, PS3, PS5. Although PS3 came up with some of the best games of their like new IP, first party stuff. I think PS4 still had an overall better library. I just sent you a screenshot of my question on Twitter. I don't know the block word, so this will probably solve the mystery. 7th, what kind of gun you got? Right now, all I have is a Canik 9mm. Do you watch... I don't know who that is. He's comparable to Video Game Donkey as a video game essayist. Give him a sub on YouTube if you get a chance. That was the question I asked. That was after Richard's question. I don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. So you said you saw Brokeback Mountain once. Did you like it? Not especially. AGS is Hard 8 Times podcast. No, thank you. Best and worst Shudder films. There was one that was like a found footage horror comedy that I liked. They've done a couple of them. One of them was like this YouTuber that was like spending a night in a haunted house by himself. I can't remember the name of it. And then there was another one that was about this team of ghost hunters they were fakes, and they end up going to a haunted house that's really turns out to be a real haunted house. That one was good. Those have been my two favorite Shudder movies. But I can't remember the names of them. Whatever happened to Titanfall Princess? I still see her on Twitter, but she doesn't come to watch my stream anymore. I don't know why. She hasn't unfollowed me on Twitter, and she still replies to me on Twitter every now and again. She just doesn't show up for the 7thCast anymore. Probably because she's too baked. She's really gotten into her weed over the last couple of years. 7th, do you think the Series X is dead? More or less. As far as PS5 being next, I don't know about that yet. Do you aim like the Turkish guy in the Olympics? No, I'm more traditional, firearm trained from my dad. I don't do just the stand there and, Clint Eastwood style aiming. Have I ever had to use my 9mm for protection? Not so far, thank God. Did you see the changes censorship of the Dead Rising remastered? No. I figured the PS3 would be at least your first or second because of the Trey Brotherhood. Well, I mean, Trey Brotherhood was pretty much dead by the time the PS4 came along, and I ended up liking the PS4 more. Is it true that... Why are you asking me about O.J. Simpson for? Best thrash metal when washing your car. I'm not big into thrash metal outside of, Megadeth and Metallica. I don't know what is it you're wanting from me with these questions, Slinky. You guys already know I'm more of a punk rock guy. Deathstream. 7th, what did you think about the Brokeback Mountain parody in Scary Movie 4? I don't think I've seen Scary Movie 4. Is Solid Rev one of your favorite internet friends? He seems like a solid dude. Well, I mean, we're not like super friend close, but we're friendly to each other. And I think he's pretty much a straight shooter. That being said, I did get under his skin a time or two during the Trey Brotherhood era. Dead Detectives, yeah. I really like Dead Detectives. The other one is more recent, and it's filmed as like a found footage thing, and it's a YouTuber who's streaming inside of what was supposed to be a haunted house. And it's pretty freaking hilarious, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's come out in like the last year or two, and it was a Shudder movie, and I really like it. It's funny. What is your thought on the upcoming Toy Story movie? That it shouldn't exist. It should have ended at 3. Technically, it shouldn't have even gone past 1, but it is what it is. 7th, Beretta versus Glock versus 6 Hour. I would go with 6 Hour. What's the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to you? I can't say that I've had too much of that happen. Probably one time I was at a church picnic down at the Harrison Bay State Park swimming pool, and I just come out of the water after having ate like a grilled hamburger, and I was sitting at the picnic table with a bunch of church people, and I ripped a big ass fart. I was like maybe 7, and it was like a loud rumbling fart. It was unmistakable what it was. And, folks would chuckle in church when I walked by for a couple of months after that. It's called Dead Stream, 7th. Okay. I'm playing Lost Judgment. Did you get that game? I've got that game, but I haven't played it. Milking Toy Story so bad. Have you ever started? Sharded. No, I've never sharded. My dad did once. He was in his patrol car, and he had ate something that disagreed with him, and he thought that he was going to fart, and he ended up shitting down his leg. And he'd come walking home, and like his police boot was just full of shit. And he had to go run, take a shower, change uniforms, take some medicine for his stomach, and then head back out into his car. And of course, he had to like clean the shit out of the floorboard of his patrol, his patrol vehicle. I don't know enough about O.J. Simpson aside from the fact that he murdered his ex-wife. That's all I really know of that, and he was in the Naked Gun movies. That's really all I know about O.J. Simpson. Have you ever called 911? Yeah, the night my dad died. When you did eat junk food, what was your favorite? Probably pizza and cheeseburgers. Can you tell us the story of the French guy you beat up? One of my favorite stories of yours. French guy I beat up. French guy. I remember getting into an argument with a French guy. I don't remember physically beating one. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. I got into an argument with a French guy at Disney World, but I didn't physically beat him. I threatened to beat him, but I didn't actually beat him. I would have gotten arrested. What are you talking about? Not sure I know what you're talking about there. My day would be over after that. Credit to your dad. O.J. Simpson seems like a sociopath. Well, I mean, he's a dead sociopath. That's nasty. Cleveland, that's nasty. All the way to the end. All the way to what end? Yes, I had to call 911 because my dad was dead. Have you ever had to deal with road ragers? No. I still remember your story about the waiter not bringing you your drink. That's very... I'm not remembering some of these stories that y'all are talking about. I don't remember the specifics. There's been a lot of times where a waiter hasn't brought me my drink. Are you talking about the time at the Old Country Buffet and I finally got up and just walked over and started sucking Coke out of the dispenser and they threw me out? I remember that one. But yeah, the French guy was the one that, I had picked out a place at the Magic Kingdom for me and my family to watch the parade, the Main Street Electrical Parade. There was nobody. It was a big open space. I had selected this spot well in advance, and I'm sitting there, and dude just walks right up to me with all this open space and crowds in around me, and him and his family stack all their packages around me. And I'm like, no, man, you're going to have to go over there. This is going to be where my wife and my son are going to stand with me. And he got into an argument with me about it. And, I'm not a tall guy. I'm like, 5'8" has never been this great. Sometimes 5'10" to 5'9", if depending on whether I'm wearing sneakers or boots. But I towered over this little French so-and-so. And, he was starting to get kind of pushy. And, I told him what was going to happen if he didn't move out of my spot and give me and my family my space. And finally, they picked up their packages and they moved. But they had all this big wide spot that they could have been in where no one was standing there because I had gone there well in advance of the parade start time, like an hour before. So no one was waiting for the parade yet. But he walks up and him and his family stack all their stuff right next to me. It was intentional. There was for whatever reason, they were wanting to get up in arms with me about it. I don't know why. I had nothing to say or even looked in his direction before him and, the rest of the people with him came walking up and stacked their stuff right next to me. So yeah. That one irritated me. I remember the one where the guy accused you of stealing his wallet. Yeah, because he was sitting there acting as a piece of furniture for his girlfriend who was entwined around him in the recliner seat at the theater. And of course he reclines and lays back and got his girl laying all over him and his wallet falls out of his pocket onto the floor. I'm getting up to leave. Did you take my wallet? I should have just slugged him. That's what I should have done, but I didn't. Would you agree that HAL 9000 is one of the most terrifying film antagonists of all time? I don't know if he was terrifying. Should have gave him a stone cold stunner. Well, I mean, he was still in a seating position. I had stood up to leave. He was like, did you take my wallet? And he was still in a sitting position. Couldn't really do a stone cold stunner on someone in a sitting position, but you could punch the crap out of them. That's what I should have done. Would you say the movie of your life would be a well-loved comedy or drama, cutting all the boring parts out, of course? Probably not. It'd probably be a bomb. It'd probably do about as well as Freddy Got Fingered. I remember the story where you were being falsely accused of being a member of the Skull and Bones Secret Society. That was somebody on here. And then there was the other guy. There was the other guy that accused me of being a warlock. Some dude from Sweden. Was who rude about it? The guy that accused me of stealing his wallet? That's pretty rude, yeah. Did you see any of the quarantine movies? I saw the first one. I haven't seen any of the others. What is the greatest movie of all time, and why is it a tie between The Room and Battlefield Earth? Seek help, Chris. Seek help, man. Do I need to send you Richard's $50 so you can get some counseling? Get some help, Chris. How do you deal with self-entitled people? I don't deal with them. I avoid them. I ain't got the patience to deal with that type of people. Well, it wasn't me, Bill. I've been sitting here on camera the whole time. Don't even start, Bill. I'm not in the mood. I cannot believe that even helping people, they still accuse... It is what it is, man. Do you like Dirty Dozen or Lawrence of Arabia? I remember watching Dirty Dozen with my dad when I was about 13. I don't really remember much about it, and I haven't gone back to it. Same thing with Lawrence of Arabia. I remember watching it with him when I was like in my early teenage years, but I don't remember much about it. Why can't people disagree and still be friends? Because that's not the way most people are wired, son. Have you ever been accused of being Highlander? No. I don't own a sword, and I do have Scottish heritage, but I don't wear a kilt. Wait a minute. Magic powers. Did you like the film Dirty Dancing? No. I'm straight and I have a penis. Well, the question is starting to dry up. Richard, you got to keep everybody invested in here, man, to get your $50 worth for this extra hour. Come on, meow. Got to keep the questions coming, you know. We want to make sure that Richard gets his money's worth. He paid for the privilege. Favorite Italian food and favorite soup? Favorite Italian food, probably chicken Alfredo. Favorite soup? Well, not specifically an Italian one, but really just chicken noodle soup or like chunky beef soup. Those are the only two soups I really eat. I do like potato soup, though. Homemade potato soup. Good stuff. Should we normalize dudes shaving? Why would you ask that? Methinks you're wanting that normalized because that's something you have to do, Magi. I think you're projecting there. Does your butt crack look like a big giant artificial eyelash? Is that the issue, Magi? Did you like The Fugitive? It was okay, but I was never a big fan of the original show either. So, a camel gets goosed in Lawrence of I wouldn't know. I don't remember much about the film, other than that a lot of it was in the desert. That's all I really remember. 30 minutes left, folks. 30 minutes left. If anybody else donates for me to put another hour into there, you're going to have to give me space to go to the bathroom in about in about 30 minutes, because I've had a tall glass of tea and 2 bottles of water, so I'm going to have to go here in a little while. I don't think anybody else is going to donate for another hour, though, so I probably won't have to worry about it. But I thought it was worth bringing up. Normalize analyzing. Oh, good Lord. If you wouldn't know, then why did you ask? I think you're projecting. I think you're probably like a Sasquatch down there. 7th, if Microsoft releases a new console, do you think they make the same mistake of releasing one console that's powerful and another that's weaker? If they release something else, I think it's going to be like a set-top box, and it ain't going to matter what kind of power it does or doesn't have, because all it's going to be for is streaming games off of Game Pass. But seriously, what is the greatest movie of all time? Better Off Dead. That's my greatest movie of all time. Better Off Dead. Oh, buck up, little camper. We'll make that slope together. Would you do a game review again sometime? On what? I don't have the money to buy any games. That $50 that Richard donated, I'm only going to get like 35 of it, and that's going to be a month from now. I ain't getting that tonight. All I'm getting tonight is $5 that Darkstar donated because he uses the Streamlab link. Turtle shell. What? Nah, bro, I'm a bottom. I shave regular. Ugh. I don't need to know that, Alien Mag Eye. I don't need to know that, son. I think I figured out why some of my messages are invisible. I think when your stream hiccups, I ask on the unlock times. Okay. Whatever. Favorite outdoor activity? Mine is sitting by a campfire. I don't have any favorite outdoor activities because I'm hardly ever outdoors. I'm outdoors so infrequently that I have a vitamin D deficiency. Greatest movie is Ed Wood. I'm not going to argue with that. Thoughts on how fast artificial intelligence is involved? It's seriously disconcerting. What movie is this from? I ain't got time to Predator. Come on. I liked it more than say anything. Review a game you already have. Why? Games I already have, there's already been a ton of reviews on them. What radio station do you prefer when out driving your awesome car? I haven't bothered to find any stations out here in Temple, so I don't know. Skunked. Who skunked? Who got skunked? And what does it mean to get skunked? The Dark Knight, greatest film ever made. Okay. Review Stellar Blade. You said you had... Well, it's not mine, Chris. It's 8th. It's up in 8th's room. Lull at Clean Frame. I don't even understand what he was saying there. The English was a little bit too broken. Are you hopeful for the DCU with James Gunn? No, not really. Did you like the film Megan? No, I didn't like that one at all. I mean, there were some parts of it that were funny, but as a horror film, no. If you could replay a game for the very first time, what would it be? Legend of Zelda. Which do you prefer, Alien or Predator? Probably the first Predator. But I like Aliens better than Predator, the Jim Cameron film. Lol, can you not borrow your son's game? Well, that would involve walking upstairs. I mean, look at me. How often do you think I walk upstairs? That's a major physical investment for me to walk up the stairs. So typically, anything that 8th carries up there stays up there. How many times have you played Chrono Trigger to completion? Once on Super Nintendo, once on PS1. Christopher Reeve or Henry Cavill? Christopher Reeve. Have you seen Black Phone? Nope, not seen it. I have not seen the Black Phone. 8th tends to know my horror tastes, and I trust his judgment. He told me I wouldn't like it, and I trusted him. The Olympics aren't probably your jam, but did you at least see the story of Australian? Yes, I did. First of all, I don't agree with breakdancing being in the Olympics anyway. If they're going to do that kind of stuff, they should just make bring back the X Games and put the X Games in the Olympics. So we have skateboarding and BMX and all that stuff. Better that than breakdancing. And second of all, she was a joke, and all of her friends and family didn't have the heart to tell her that she sucked, and so she spent her whole life, with a whole Emperor's New Clothes type situation, thinking she was great because nobody had the balls to tell her she was crap. And then she screwed other people out of being able to get into the Olympics so that she could manipulate things and get into the Olympics, and then she made a shit show of the whole thing. Magic powers. Maybe you should just saying. Maybe you should just saying. Maybe I should what? Maybe I should borrow 8's games? At Richard, you should donate 10,000 so he can install an elevator. 8th, he wouldn't like Stellar Blade anyway. You're right, I probably wouldn't. Wazzle, what's a wazzle, Maxim? Maxim, you ain't been in here a while. What's a wazzle? Are you trying to do Fozzie Bear? That's a waka, not a wazzle. Ever watch I Almost Got Away with It? No. Can Nate just throw the game at your head from upstairs? Yeah, but it probably hurt. Do you think Robert Downey Jr. can pull off Doctor Doom? I don't know, man. I mean, I know there is a storyline that in the comics that leads up to what they're hinting at, but I don't know if that's the direction they're going to go. I mean, honestly, I would just prefer for them to have a normal Victor Von Doom instead of pulling this kind of, stunt casting crap. And I think that's what a lot of people are thinking too, which is why there's been it's been kind of 50-50 online about whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Why mess with the legacy? That was one of the best moments in the MCU is when he sacrificed himself. Why mess with that? Why mess with it? Just because they bring people back from the dead in the comics all the time doesn't mean that the movie should follow suit unless it's part of a reboot. Yes, I have HBO Max. What's your favorite pick up and play video game, 7th? Old retro stuff or retro style stuff. Metroidvanias, side scrollers, something that I can sit and play that's purely reflex based. That kind of thing. I Almost Got Away is on there. Why would I stream it though? What is it? Some kind of stupid reality thing? Yeah, I don't watch a whole lot of reality TV. Every now and again, I'll get hooked on one and watch it watch it for a day or two, and then I stop watching it because I get tired of it. Like last week, I watched several episodes of Hoarders. Just watching these insane old women ruining their houses and shit. Thoughts on the rumor that Kevin Feige wanted Keanu Reeves to play Doctor Doom? Would have been better than what they decided on. Bringing characters back to life makes character decimate. Exactly. Speaking of Reboot, did you watch Reboot? No. Reboot was a little bit past my time. I wasn't, I wasn't really into watching cartoons by the time that came out, aside from like going to see new Disney movies when they came out for the animation and whatnot. But even then, I didn't like the CG animation that I saw in the commercials for Reboot, so I never watched it. It looked god awful to me. Do you like Sonic, the burger place? Yeah, we eat there every now and again. Did you ever play the Lord of the Rings online game? No. Honestly, the only MMO that I ever spent any significant amount of time in was Phantasy Star Online on the Dreamcast. That's it, man. That's it. Never been a big MMO player. Doesn't really do it for me. Down to the last 20 minutes, folks. 20 minutes left. I Almost Got Away With It is about criminals and fugitives that went on the run and got caught and explained how they were caught. You might like it. Like I said, I'm not that big on reality stuff. Is the next Spider-Man trilogy have you more invested? Kingpin, Black? Not really. The Russo brothers probably convinced Disney to bring RDJ back in the first place. Probably. Would you ever invite old Trey YouTubers as guests on your live stream? That's actually already happened in the past, just not on my stream. Believe it or not, a couple of years ago, Review Tech USA did a stream, and it was Review Tech USA, me, General MLD, Black Bond, and Solid Rev, all on one stream. And it was lengthy. It was about 2 hours long. That was 2 or 3 years ago, I think. Are you skipping the PS5 Pro? Well, that all depends on whether I have the money at the time that this, proverbial hardware actually comes out. I think anyone else would have been a better, yeah. 7th, did you like Destiny? I've never played it. 8th played it, but I never got into it. I played the demo, didn't like it, and so never played the actual game. What's your favorite times of the PSP? When it was new and had games for it? You should have El Presidor on. El Presidor wouldn't accept an invite for that. He streams when he wants to stream, and that's it. Usually when he's fishing. Every time I hear Review Tech USA, it's like nails on a chalkboard. Don't like Rich, huh? He kind of stopped interacting with me. He didn't block me or nothing, but he doesn't respond to me anymore. I don't know. He's been off in his own thing. I don't know what's going on with him. Seventh, I'm back from watering the plants. So wow, someone don't. Yes, they did. El Presidor seems like a crazy cat lady now. Well, you're not that far off. Can I have your take on why the Vita failed? Proprietary memory storage. It cost too much compared to the 3DS. And it didn't have the library that the 3DS had. "15 minutes left, folks. 15 minutes left." Review Tech USA doesn't even review tech. He hasn't in a long time. He hasn't in a long time. Yeah, marketing didn't help either, Shadowhood, but that launch price though, compared to everything else that was out at the time. No, I can't do an El Presidor impression. I've never been able to manage his voice. Have you thought about... I've tried to meet up with BBC several times, and he'll say, yeah, I'll be there, and then he doesn't show up. So why don't you go ask BBC why he hasn't met up with me? because I've been here 7 years, and I've attempted to meet up with him multiple times. It hasn't happened. Alaskan dude. I'm the only one that says GTA is over. Well, I don't like GTA either. That's more 8's thing. I don't play GTA. They should have had dedicated studios making Vita games like Ready at... Well, they should have, but they didn't. Yep, Ready at Dawn is gone. Killed by Meta. Shouldn't have allowed Meta to buy them in the first place. Thoughts on the Switch 2 potentially being $500. I won't be in any hurry to buy it. BBC's left me hanging more than once, and so is his brother Shokyo, because I've told them, hey, we have this convention that I go to almost every year in Arlington. I'm going to be there next month. Y'all should come down. I'll try to get you free passes in because I know the owners. And they're like, yeah, we'll meet you there. They don't show up. Neither one of them. General G did me that way once too. He was supposed to meet me at Retropalooza in Houston. And he got drunk that weekend, so drunk he was too hungover to show up. Do you feel like pizza places were better back in the 90s? Yes. Okay, I'll ask BBC to see if he would. I'm sure he's going to say, yeah, I would do that, yeah, and then he won't show up to anything. Xbox One was $500. Look how long that lasted. 1 month. Yep. Oh, Slinky donated $10. Can you dig it? Sucker! All right. Let's see here. Dollar bill. Dollar bill for Slinky for donating $10. That puts us up at $65 for the weekend. That's not bad. That's not bad, guys. Thank you so much for everyone who donated. We've got 12 minutes left. I'll tell you what, Slinky covered $10. If any of you donate 40 more in the next, or adds up to 40 in the next 12 minutes, I'll do another hour. I'm feeling all right. My back ain't hurting too bad, but you will have to allow me time to get up and go piss. My eyeballs are floating. Ever seen a 4D movie? Depends on what you classify 4D as. If you're talking about going to see a 3D movie that also has effects like spraying you in the face with water and smoke and smells and stuff like that, yes, I've seen 4D movies. My launch Vita's on life support. The battery gets completely drained out to the point where I have to wait 2 hours charging it just to boot it back up. Wow. You can buy replacement batteries for that, but you have to know how to open it up and put them in there. What about General MLD? Would you ever want to meet El Presidor in real life? Yeah. I mean, if I had an opportunity, if he happened to be in Texas, I wouldn't say no to going down there, to going to meet him. But, haven't had any interactions with crap game. Not in a long time. 7th is VR pretty much dead. It seems like a losing steam. Even the PS... I don't know. I know 8 still really likes it, but it depends on the game. Favorite local pizza joints? I haven't found one since I moved here yet. Still looking into that. Do you remember Wipeout, the YouTube guy? I wonder what happened to him. He's still around. He made videos a couple of years ago. Was still making them. I'm still subbed to him. I mentioned him a little bit in the Trey for Life documentary. There was a little spat in the Crumbside community involving the legitimacy of the PS3's legacy. Can you weigh on this? Not without knowing what the core of the spat was. That's not enough information for me to go on clean frame. How long does it take to... the one thing that I will say is that the PS3's legacy was so concrete that Sony has spent the last 2 generations just sequelizing it. How long does it take to get a passport? I wouldn't know. I don't have one. Never been out of the country, remember? What are your thoughts on the PSVR 2 sales spike? Well, you cut something's price in half, it is going to go up. The question is whether they're making any money off of that or not. Do I remember Dream 308? Yeah. He got off the internet because of something that happened with Next Gen 720. There was accusations of Next Gen being a PDF file, and Dream 308 was on. I don't remember if he was on probation or if I can't remember, but he didn't. It was going to be dangerous for him to be associated with someone who could be accused of such things, and so he disappeared off the net and he never came back. What's the worst E3 you've ever seen from Sony? Probably that one where God of War Ascension was revealed. That one was pretty bad. Crap Gamer is still around, though I don't know if he's still making videos or not, but I've heard things. Magic powers. I forgot to put the quotations after Richard's question. I'll give you. Let's see here. Yes, I remember Stone Fox Media. Never had a whole. Let's see here. I'm in the process of getting a passport now. Okay. Whatever. Oh. All right, we're down to the last 8 minutes. What food do you hate and what's your favorite? I hate anything seafood. Can't stand seafood. Favorite steak. 7th, do you think Next Gen 720 was a PDF file or if he just... I don't know. I wasn't involved in all that. There's only been a small handful of times where Next Gen and I were even on the same stream. One of which was the one where he dropped like some oxys and some blue genies, and it caused him to pass out on the stream, and he was sitting there snoring asleep. Yeah, that was one of just a couple of times where I was at not a stream but on a Skype chat with him, because back in the day, everyone did this stuff on Skype. The crap gamer curse, yeah. Are you looking forward to John Wick 3.5, a.k.a. Ballerina? Nope. 7th, your fart scared me. It made my laptop rumble. School of Rock didn't do anything for me. I didn't even know they were picking up on the microphone. School of Rock didn't do anything for me. Do you ever take off your sunglasses? If it's dark enough, I have to wear these just for the, for the light sensitivity thing. But, I have normal glasses for like when I go to see a movie in the theater. Because if I don't wear normal glasses when I go see a movie in the theater, if it's 3D, the 3D doesn't work. Because I put the 3D glasses over these, and they cancel each other out, and all I can see is black. So for me to go see a 3D movie, I have to have regular glasses. But, the minute I get out of there, I have to switch right back to these, or, it's migraine city. Remember when Next Gen debated BBC? Vaguely. If there was a country you wanted to visit, what would it be? Japan, Scotland, Norway, just because they interest me. 7th, have you ever done a fart that sounded like Uncle Buck's car backfiring? I don't know. I don't think so. Well, I don't think I've ever heard of anyone not... He didn't say that. Does Next Gen have a YouTube channel? Yeah, but I don't remember what it's called now. He changed the name of it. Yes, I remember MySpace. Remember when Fat Gamer debated BBC and lost? Well, he lost against everybody. I can do some seafood. This has been the most magic you've thrown on a stream. Yeah, well, that's because, instead of having a regular dinner, I had a chicken salad. I went light because my stomach's been upset. And so apparently that's like filled up the magic tank. I've been rumbling for 3 straight hours. 4 hours, actually. But it's just now that it's starting to work itself free. Favorite old school wrestler? Roddy Piper. I picture you having no eyeballs when you take off your sunglasses. I have eyeballs. You once released a wet fart a few weeks ago while I was eating and I had to switch the channel. Okay. I was on Bebo during the... I don't even know what that is. If I paid for you and Eighth to go to Japan with me, would you do it? I seriously doubt that would happen. But sure. If you paid our way... we would take a trip to Japan with you. Sure, why not? Bro, you look like Dr. Evil without sunglasses. Well, you remember I used to do Dr. 7th, No, we do not gnaw on our kitty. Stroke him, love him. I can't believe it. I just about ran out of questions to ask 7th. What kind of questions would you like to have asked more of? I don't know. 7th, you should audition to be the Wolverine. I'm a little bit rotund to be a Wolverine, man. Maybe the Blob. Yes, I'm still here. There's 2 minutes. There's 2 minutes in the extra hour left to go. 2 whole minutes. Was the new Batman series trash? I didn't like it at all. I totally forgot about your Dr. Evil skit. Yeah, Dr. 7th. It was a reply to The Truth Setting You Free. I showed clips of it in Trey for Life. You're just proving you didn't watch Trey for Life. Why didn't you watch Trey for Life? Why didn't you watch it? You just proved that you didn't watch it. And you just proved you didn't watch it either, Shadow, because you didn't know that I used to do Dr. 7th. Richard, I've taken my sunglasses off on camera before. I've done skits with my glasses off. I did Dr. 7th without the glasses. I did Reverend 7th without the glasses. Most of the skits that I'd done over the years, I didn't wear glasses when I was doing the skit. All right, Alaskan dude, see ya. I left a comment on the last episode. Okay. Officer 7th. Officer 7th was different. That wasn't a skit. That was something that Black Bond called me because I was able to dig up stuff on people that were messing with the community. Did you like the Venture Brothers? I never got into Venture Brothers. I tried to. This can't be. I don't know what else to ask 7th. Is this a sign of the end times? Perhaps. No, 7th was never a cop. That's just something Black Bond nicknamed me because I was able to e-ninja people. I had a history in, anti-fraud background searches and stuff like that. And so when there would be people that were messing with the community and that kind of thing, I would just find out who they were. And so he called me Officer 7th. I don't have access to all that stuff anymore, so I don't do that anymore. Anyway, it is 10 o'clock. And no one has donated again. Ultra Steel, I use PayPal all the time. I don't have a problem with PayPal. Anyway, it's 10 o'clock. I went my extra hour. No one donated that last $40, so this is where we say goodnight. I appreciate everyone who donated. That was awesome. And be thinking about all the stuff that you want to ask me next week when I come back. Did you watch Jackpot on Amazon? No, I didn't watch Jackpot. Clean Frame ain't going to donate nothing. Anyway, see y'all next stream. I will be here.